local stuff.
Tonight will be interesting. It'll be a long meeting.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
Oh, did you? How's she doing?
I kind of 6:50 because I know the guys are working.
Yeah, I was totally. Is he retiring?
Yeah, it's about 1 month.
Well,
These are things associated with.
But that's sort of a cultural center, I think that
I mean, it shows a promise of doing a lot of She's exciting a lot of people.
she's
Okay.
or
Particularly telling the story.
yeah, I just hope somebody
Gotcha.
can give us one scoop on
We can do that.
God told us to.
Mary, get some water and we'll be ready.
I got 6:58.
Do you? Okay, well, we'll
What
wait.
do you got?
Well, I do too.
Well, I got my water, so let's wait a minute.
I think you can do what
We adjusted the clock.
to ignore that complete You can't erase that portion of history because you don't think it's political.
Yeah, I don't know. Larry was very adamant about that. But, gaining generically us.
Good evening, everybody. We'll call this meeting to order, and I will ask Ms. Morse to read the roll call.
Thank you. Mayor Levy,
Here.
Gary Brevetto,
Here.
Bob Carlson,
Here.
Carol Harvey,
Here.
Ken Matthews,
Here.
Noel Sawyer,
Here.
John Schaefer.
Here.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Would you all please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance? And join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
That sounds great with a lot of people.
That sounds really good, yeah. Yes, welcome everybody. We're going to start with ceremonies, presentations, and appointments, and Cindy Keating.
Good evening, Mayor Levy and council members. A couple years ago, the City of Woodland Park partnered with the school district in a GOCO grant application for the Columbine Elementary Playground Restoration and Renovation Project. Tonight, it's my pleasure to introduce Donna Callahan from Colorado Lottery to present an award for this project. Donna? And also can Andrea Kuhn, Peggy Wallace, Veronica Bolkin, and anyone else that was involved in the Columbine project, please join us at the podium.
Good evening, everyone. I know everyone is here just to see the award presentation, right? Thank you for having me this evening. My name is Donna Callahan. I'm Community Relations Specialist with the Colorado Lottery. And I've been taking a tour the last couple months around the state to present communities with the Starburst Award. The Colorado Lottery Starburst Award, which is right here. It's hefty. You could use some dumbbell curls with it, but hopefully you'll find a nice display case to put it in proudly. Recognizes communities around the state who've been creative in collaboration, social, and community impact with lottery proceeds. The award started in 1992, and this year, only 19 communities around the entire state are receiving this award. It could be for playgrounds, such as Columbine. It could be for trail enhancement, open space conservation. And as we all know, we wouldn't be able to even present this award without the support of our partners, such as all the communities around the state, the leadership at Town Council, and also our beneficiary partners, such as Great Outdoors Colorado, which Cindy mentioned earlier, Colorado Trust Fund, and also Colorado Parks and Wildlife. From what I understand, this was a huge community project full of collaboration between the school district, parents, community leaders here in the city, across the county. So again, we wanted to congratulate you. I understand also that now it's ADA compliant, which personally I can appreciate. As a child growing up with a disability, you just were creative and made do with what you had. So thank you to all those folks out there who are forward thinking and putting something together in the community to serve those with special needs. And also I know that as far as child development, that they really put a lot of thought into creating a playground that served both the physical, cognitive, social, emotional, and communication needs of students. So this isn't your regular everyday playground. And from what I understand, 24 years in the making to make this playground what it is today, and to make it safe and to serve over 200 kids at the school and the community at large, to bring family and parents and kids all out to play on the playground. So congratulations to you. And also just wanted to mention that the Colorado Lottery is most proud of the fact that we've been able to give more than $2.7 billion back to communities like yours throughout the state for parks, recreation, and open space projects. And for Teller County alone, that means almost $17 million in the last 31 years to projects to enhance your community and create amazing assets for all the folks that live in your area. So here's the award. And we also have a poster, which hopefully you can hang somewhere proudly as well. And so who would like to receive the award?
I'll be happy to receive the award for this project, but ultimately it belongs to the school district and these two ladies that actually put the whole project together and made it come to fruition.
Ladies, you want to come up? We'll take some pictures. Congratulations both to the City of Woodland Park and the school district and Columbine Elementary. I'll have to come back in daylight to see it in person. I also have a couple more things for you. One is you'll see our Colorado Lottery calendar. Usually every year we highlight something unique about our state that Colorado Lottery proceeds have gone to support. And this year we're highlighting Colorado State Park. So hopefully you can find a place at home or in your office to utilize this calendar. There's really some amazing photography in there of our Colorado State Parks. Really makes you want to go out and see each one of those that's in the calendar. So hopefully you'll take a few minutes to go through and read about those state parks that are highlighted. And then the best part of the evening is I have scratch tickets for all of you. And the significance of these particular scratch tickets is called Where the Money Goes. And again, we all know that where the money goes in Colorado for the lottery is to parks, recreation, and open space conservation projects. So you'll see highlighted in here some GOCO projects, one of our school projects, and some Colorado Parks and Wildlife projects. So hopefully you guys will win. The top prize hasn't been claimed yet, so there's $30,000 out there. And Cindy, I know you're retiring, so you...
All right.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well,
Scratch now. We want to know if you win
I'm making a habit of scratching.
Well, Donna hands out the scratch tickets to the council members. I would just like to encourage Andrea and Peggy to put that award in a showcase at Columbine Elementary for the whole community to see and to enjoy, along with the park that you were able to develop.
Cindy, could we have Andrea and Peggy and Veronica and Jed all come up, please?
Sure.
Great. One great thing about being mayor is I get to help honor our leaders, our volunteers, our elected officials, everybody in our community. And these four certainly stand out in this regard and many others. So I'm lucky today to be able to present the Mayor's Award to these four who did a tremendous job in helping not only our
our child community, but also our entire community of Woodland Park. So thank you very much. There you go. Okay, thank you very much. We will move on. Mr. Buttery?
Thank you, Mayor. Before we continue with the next agenda item, I'd like to advise the audience that we are going to change up the agenda a bit this evening. We provided new agendas in the back. We had a meeting last council session that went till midnight, and there were several folks that did not get a chance to get their work completed that evening. Conditional use projects, conditional use permits that we're going to do a bit out of order to get them ahead of some other things. So the newly formed agenda is in the back. The red numbers will tell you the sequence that we're going to do that. So we're going to do another presentation real quick, then we'll get into some business, and then we'll get on to the discussion about the location of the Aquatic Center a little bit later on in the meeting. So this evening, Mayor, Council, and Community, is an evening that I've been dreading for a long, long time. And it's an evening where we're going to acknowledge that Cindy Morse is sitting at the city clerk position for the last time. Let me share a couple of things with you about Cindy and some of the dates associated with her career. Of course, some of her family just walked in, and I think she's a bit surprised. And so they'll call BS if I'm telling you anything a lie here. So look at them. Cindy came to work for the city of Woodland Park on July 6, 1981. So I thought what I would do is I'd find one of those history sites that tell you all the fun things that happened on July 6. So I found one, and it listed 1,000 things for 1981. This is the truth. Not a single thing was listed for July 6th. I'm going to submit to that list that Cindy Morse came to work for the city of Woodland Park. As the city manager's secretary. That's how long ago it was. She was a secretary. 2.5 years later, on January 1st, 1984, she became the city clerk. I went to the same history site to see what happened on January 1st of 1984. Brunei became independent from the United Kingdom, and the city of Woodland Park became dependent on Cindy Morse. She has clerked at 877 city council meetings. She has done 11,401 pages of council meeting minutes. Clerks have a saying, the hours are great, but the minutes are killing me. She has served 39 council members, 8 mayors, 6 city managers, and she's been the interim city manager 3 or 4 times. We've lost count how many times she's served as the interim city manager. Here's some fun things that happened in this community, not in the world, while Cindy has served as the city clerk. And these are not in any particular order. Midland Park was renamed to what? Bergstrom Park, 1986, after Bert Bergstrom, big old Swede. The city purchased its first street sweeper in 1992. For those of you that got here after 1996, that may not seem like such a big deal. But we didn't have our streets paved until 1994, 95, and 96. She went through the Hayman Fire, 2002. Waldo Canyon Fire just 10 years later, providing wise counsel to me as the city manager during the Waldo Canyon Fire. She was here when the Pikes Peak Regional Hospital opened in 2007. Not only was she here when it opened, she was instrumental in that process, serving on multiple boards associated with the hospital. She guided us along with our council and staff and mayor through the Walmart hearing process. 2005, 2006, where some of those meetings went to 1 o'clock in the morning. Safeway, approved, 1997. Cindy was the clerk. Chief Larson, promoted to chief in 1999. Cindy was the clerk. Annexation of the golf course, 1992. Agreement with CDOT for Centennial Trail, 1993. Annexation of the Sturman property, 1995. Cindy was honored by her peers. You may not realize this. A short story. I retired out of the Army, was coming up here to be the Public Works Director. I had applied for the job, and nobody would tell me what the story was. And I would call the front desk and speak to the voice of Woodland Park, Barb Schmidt, who would say, "We have to talk to the city clerk." I was an Army guy. You remember Radar O'Reilly on MASH? He was the clerk. I had no idea what a city clerk was. I'm thinking, why are we having to wait for Radar to get back so I can find out whether I have a job or not? Boy, did I learn exactly what a clerk does. If there's one person that survives a bus hitting City Hall, it must be the city clerk. She's the keeper of the records. She's the keeper of the ethos of a community. And that's what the clerk was, and that's what she is. And she was acknowledged by her peers as the Clerk of the Year for the state of Colorado in 2001. She was the Queen of Clerks. We have a governmental insurance risk-sharing association. It's a big insurance pool. 260-plus entities belong to that. Cindy's been on their board of directors since 2003, and she's been the chairman of that board since 2007. She's recognized for her leadership as a clerk and as a leader for many things throughout the entire state. She's the chair of our Senior Teller Coalition. She keeps saying, one of these days I'm going to be over there using that facility. I better make sure it's ready for me. And in the early days, she was involved with her wonderful husband, Terry, in the Saddle Club. Instrumental in many things that the Saddle Club did. She's been a counselor and an advocate for these folks up here and for these folks up here and mostly for you folks out there. She would tell me many days that the reason she comes to work isn't for us, it's for you, because she believes in serving the citizens of Woodland Park. And she did that for 33 and a half years. We're not done celebrating this. The community I want you to come and help us celebrate with Cindy in a bit more informal environment on Wednesday, December 10th at 5:30 at the Cultural Center, where we can all enjoy a glass of wine and share a story about Cindy. But Cindy, for all that you've done for me and for these folks here, we can't thank you enough. I think I see Cindy is motioning for her family to come forward.
Congratulations. Thank you. This is my daughter. Thank you. Her husband, Steve. Look at this beard. This is one of my amazing grandchildren. The other one's working. This is my son, Brett. And this is my faithful companion, Old War. So the deal is, a long time ago, I learned from some wise people that if you give back some of the good fortune that you have, it comes back to you exponentially. So giving back is important, and you should do that. Everyone should do that. That's what I always garnered pleasure for, helping you guys. If you had a problem, I'll get you an answer. If I can't get you an answer, I'll tell you I can't get you an answer, but I'll find someone who can. Remember that as you go through your life. And do that. Put your fingerprints on something good and make this place a better place for the people that follow behind you. Thank you, David. Thank you, citizens. Thank you, staff. Love you all.
So we're not letting her get off the hook that easy. She's still going to serve as the clerk through the rest of this meeting.
Be nice to her tonight. You know, one thing you forgot to say was she was the team mother.
Oh, yeah.
Scorekeeper for men's softball from 1981 till 2006.
And for Brett, when he played Little League at age 8. I won't tell you how old he is today.
Riding the group.
David, thanks very much. I'm amazed how you do that without shedding too many tears. I would have been gone in about a minute. And Cindy, for all of us, thank you very much. We can all honestly say we live in a better community because of you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, for those of you that do have the revised agenda, you'll see that the new mayor is not doing so well to start with. So we're going to go down to item number 4, even though we've done 5 and 6, and ask if there's any additions, deletions, or corrections to the agenda.
No, sir.
If there's not, then we will move on. The consent calendar. Cindy?
There's 2 items this evening. The first is approval of the November 6th meeting. I do have a correction to make for you. On page 12, I refer to the city attorney, whose last name is Smith, as Alsbach. Sorry, Bill. So I'll correct that. And then the second is the October statement of expenditures. What questions may we answer for you?
Move to approve the consent calendar.
I'll second that.
Thank you. Brevetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Matthews?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll move on to agenda item number 8, ordinances on initial posting, and we'll start with 8A, consider ordinance number 1225 on initial posting for conditional use permit for Radiant Church. And Lisa, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. This request is a conditional use permit for Radiant Church. This is located at 201 North Boundary Street. They are looking to acquire continued use as a use of place of worship for their existing church on that property, as well as for an additional added 1440 square foot accessory worship structure for their youth activities. And so in the community commercial district, that does require a conditional use permit. And it has gone to Planning Commission last Thursday evening. They did recommend unanimously approval. Was going to get into details next time with you. I know we've got a lot on our plate tonight, but just staff is requesting that you would approve upon initial posting ordinance 1225 and set the date for that public hearing and second reading for December 4th, 2014.
Thank you. Any questions, Council?
Make a motion to consider ordinance 1225 on initial posting with set the public hearing at December 4th, 2014.
Second.
Thank you.
Thank you. Carlson?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Matthews?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Brevetto?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. We will move on to number 9, public hearings. And we will start with 9A to approve ordinance number 1221.
Okay.
Before we do that, excuse me. Sorry, I'm a little disheveled. Council members use electronic devices to access the materials relevant to the public hearing before us today. Be assured that it is the common practice of this city council that these devices are not being used for texting, emailing, or other communications during the public hearings. Thank you. You bet. Okay, Lisa, thank you.
Yes, Council, this request is a conditional use permit request for our applicant, William Page. He is the manager of Gold Hill Square North and also the architect for this project. And this request is to allow for approval of 7 attached dwelling units that would be above Gold Hill Square North. And it does exist in the Central Business District, and if you reference your table of permitted uses, that does require a conditional use permit. We've referenced all the criteria here listed on the slide. And by the way, I did give you a pretty comprehensive staff report, so I'm going to go rather quickly because we do have a lot tonight, but if there's any questions, you can always ask those at the end if I miss a detail or something. This next slide here is our zoning map, adjacent property owners. Mostly commercial area, was at one time zone C1. Then in 1999, when the west side was rezoned to Central Business District. Again, lots 1 through 7, Highlands addition here. And to the south, we have Lions Park, which of course is public, semi-public. To the southeast, we have PUD, which is Gold Hill Square South. Lots of businesses in this area. You can see the labels here. What I do want to point out, and most important for you to know, is that 624 and 610 to the north here, those have residential type homes on those lots, even though they are in the Central Business District. This is the site plan, and what I want to point out to you is that this property actually sits, these lots sit in between 3 street rights-of-way. We have Midland Avenue to the north, we have Elm Street to the east, and we have to the west, we have Walnut Street. And what's important to realize here is that that's sort of unique for property, especially in Central Business District, to have that many street rights of way. Front yard setback in the Central Business District is 10 feet. So if you have 3 of those and you don't have any sides, which are 0, you are sitting in sort of a peculiar position. And just to point out to you that Board of Adjustment has given several variances for this property, and I've put a lot of those into your staff report packet, so you would be aware of those. But if you have any questions, I'd be happy to review those with you. Also, what you will see from this site plan is the phases. This project's going to take place in 2 phases. Phase 1 will begin in 2015, and that is to add 3 attached dwelling units to the top of the second story. It will utilize and remodel 2,500 square feet of the top of the second level, and then add an additional third level of 600 square feet. And then in between the years 2016 and 2018, we will start phase 2. And that will consist of, with building 1B, which is off of Midland Avenue and in the corner there, that will have an additional 3 apartments as well. And then lastly, there is one that will go in that same time frame, but probably lastly, over Carmen's Restaurant. This is what this looks like from a rendering point of view, and everything that's colored here is what is included in this conditional use permit, everything that is actually colored. Everything else, just architectural, but what is covered in this conditional use permit is colored. And again, those units, 201, 202, 203, 2015, 301 to 303, 2016 to 2018, and then that one above Carmen's. What I do want to point out is the one above Carmen's will be handicap accessible, and that will is accessed off of the back of Building 1B off of Midland Avenue. You'll notice here that this is an elevation, the maximum height, 33 feet in height, and I want to point out to you that in the Central Business District, the maximum requirement is 35 feet, so it does meet that. I want to just briefly touch on the fact that we do have 2 parking garages that are included in this site plan and this design. These are actually permitted uses. They're not technically a part of this conditional use permit. However, I wanted to let you know that the residents will be utilizing these parking garages predominantly, so access off of Walnut Street here in between those 2 parking garages. Here's the square footage, 1948 square feet for this one here off of Walnut and Midland Avenue, and then we have the one off the corner of the building 1A off of Walnut Street, and approximately 800 square feet, but the new area really consisting of 304 square feet. And again, want to let you know that we had my predecessor did take this through Board of Adjustment in 2011, and Mr. Page did receive multiple variances to allow for this parking garage, these 2 parking garages to be within that front yard setback. I want to talk briefly about alternative parking plans. In our code, we have a section that allows us to, if we do not find a logical place in our number of parking table in our code, there is an outlet that allows us to, if we feel it doesn't reasonably fit into that, to allow them to do an alternative parking plan. And that's exactly what we've done here with Gold Hill Square North. Because of the fact that this would be a mixed-use project, our number of parking table does not address mixed use. Not only that, this has a large spectrum and variety of businesses and different types of uses. To slate that into the parking number is hard to do, though I have done an attempt at that to show that to you. And I believe I included the full table of alternative parking plan and the breakout per business and how it would be to current code and how it is in accordance with his alternative parking plan that he's suggested. I want to point out to you that there is a section 1839020C in our code that also talks about the fact that if something has been in use previous under a different guidance, that we are to honor that use at that parking guidance. And this becomes particularly important in that the retail, when this business center, commercial business center in the 70s went through initial project and variances, we had the retail number at 1 parking space for every 400 square feet, and now it's down to 200 square feet, 1 parking space for every 200 square feet. So you'll see some variances in that, but that is allowable under that section C. Also, 2 past parking variances that do affect and play into that alternative parking plan. One in 1974 that allowed for off-street parking off of Midland Avenue as well as Elm Street and Walnut Street. And then in 1975 was allowed a variance from Board of Adjustment that gave him the ability to figure 1 parking space for every 5 seats when it came to the theater project. So I broke that out into a matrix. I'm not going to go into this too much because I know that you have the numbers and you're able to look at that, but if you have questions, I'm able to answer that. One thing I do want to point out is under that alternative parking plan that does figure that 400 square feet that he's allowed to under that section C for retail, and also he matches everything for eating restaurants that we are required now in our code. And then also to mention that the theater allowed as a variance when we're figuring the parking there. And then also the residential units, he has figured out 1 parking space for each apartment as opposed to 1.5, which is in our code, but did give us 2 for the 1,900 square foot apartment. So that came to 140.6 that he'd be required under his submitted alternative parking plan. And as you can see, he has 126 on-street and off-street parking spaces. There's also that public parking off of the corner of Walnut Street and Midland Avenue next to the Economic Development Office that allows for 24 parking spaces. When you figure that in, he has exceeded his alternative parking plan. Here's some existing conditions. You've seen it. You drive by it. You use it. I'm going to go through each of the criteria, going to go through them rather quickly. I'm not going to say the criteria because you know I've given you them a million times, but to let you know that when it comes to number one, demonstrating a direct need to be at this location, it's fitting the intent of the Central Business District, which in the intent of the Central Business District, it talks about motoring public as well as pedestrian public. And one of the premises of a mixed use is to allow for walkability. And so that is exactly the intent of the Central Business District, and none of our other commercial zones actually have that written into it, that capability for pedestrian. And this has been commercially zoned for the last 40 years, slated in our comprehensive plan map as mixed use. And also, he's mitigated all the things we feel staff does, and I'll go into those in depth as we go on here. Criteria number 2 talks about not endangering the public health and welfare. And we have our zoning and building development permits, which will explore this and make sure he meets building code as well as the fire regulations. Criteria number 3, that it will not injure the value of vicinity properties. Woodland Park has a housing shortage. I'm sure you're aware of that. One of the great things about this particular proposal is the fact that it's 1-bedroom attached dwelling units. And of course, we all know with Charis Bible College, that's an audience that is in demand right now. Also, Lisa Harris did submit a letter that talks to this particular type, benefiting the city of Woodland Park and government tax revenues, as well as filling a much-needed temporary and short-term housing need. And we did follow through with the public notification procedures, sent out courtesy adjacent property notification letters within 150 feet. We did have one neighbor, and that's Lori Gloth of the Hackman House to the north there, come and talk to us. Her concerns are listed here. In addition to these concerns, she also talked about the overhead utility lines a bit as well. And I'll get into that further. Criteria number 4 talks about being in harmony with the area in which it is in. Going back to that zoning map that I talked about, again, we have 2 residential type homes in the Central Business District. We have an intermingling of residential along with business. We also have, to the very north, a block or so up, we have some urban residential. So this is already dispersed with various residential as well as business. Again, slated for mixed use, conforming to all city plans, growth management, transportation, utilities, capital improvements, downtown redevelopment. I've gone over the first one, economic comprehensive development plan action, though, does also talk about investigating the feasibility of constructing workforce housing and introducing mixed-use housing, particularly in downtown. Also, there was submitted with this project a trip generation letter that was found acceptable by city engineer. And we have been working with the applicant and IREA. IREA has identified some overhead facilities that may be disrupted by the corner of the structure, the attached dwelling units off of Midland Avenue and Walnut Street. Our applicant is working with IREA, and there is a condition placed on this CUP that states that he specifically addressed that and mitigate it to IREA's satisfaction. And also utilities. This is the first time that we've had a mixed use that we would need to figure for taps. Our utilities director, I understand the utilities board just addressed, they're working on something to help with that fixture unit count for mixed use, and our applicant is working, I believe, very well with the utilities director to make that work to the city's needs. And there is a condition added to this CUP. One other thing, the project concept was received by the Downtown Development Authority and did receive initial approval in January 2011 that qualified it for a tax increment financing assistance of 75%. Conforming to city regulations, and again, we've reviewed it for height and setbacks. With the variances included, it meets those requirements. It'll comply with International Building Code as well as fire regulations. And the applicant is also aware of the fact and has been working with fire department that there will potentially be a need to install sprinklers and will comply with such requirements as instructed during the building review process. Criteria number 7 talks about accommodating on-site and off-site traffic generated. Again, that trip generation letter determined the new lodging units would generate about 41 vehicle trips on average weekday. City engineer has reviewed and approved it. We are still waiting for approval from the Colorado Department of Transportation. We did send it to them in September, but they're extremely understaffed right now. And so we have a condition that allows us to evaluate what they give us and determine whether or not there needs to be some sort of mitigation, and our applicant is aware of that. Again, I've gone over that alternative parking plan. Staff recommends approval of the alternative parking plan as well. Criterion number 8 talks about having appropriate regard to topography and environmentally significant features. Relatively flat existing structures are already in place to remodel. The majority of that 6,300 square feet total, a lot of that is already existing second floor. There's an additional amount for third floor in some areas. And also no significant impacts from the topography. And again, the city engineer has approved the existing drainage plan and encouraged the continued use of water runoff into Lions Park. Criteria number 9, talking about adequate water supply, protection of air quality, and water drainage and waste disposal. It's served by both city water and sewer. Again, working very closely with city utilities director. Billing changes may occur. Applicant's aware of that. He also is aware and of the condition that we have placed on this CUP to provide an appropriate fixture unit count, and that we're working on devising how that will look with the utilities board. Air is minimally impacted. Criteria number 10, that goes back to the very similar to the one earlier about not endangering the public. Again, we have those zoning permit and building permits in place for a reason to review that sort of thing. Criteria number 11 talks about maybe requiring to provide architectural design schemas, amenities, and other aesthetic enhancement measures. And the proposed structure, you've seen the color tones. We are asking and have conditioned him to provide us a full color rendering set that we can absorb a little more. And he has provided us that partial rendering. Applicant plans to do some iron railing fencing, as well as some planted pots on the top as well, and Walnut Street building facades and landscaped areas. And then also the final lighting to make sure that that's not imposing any glare on the adjacent neighbors has also been conditioned. So, Planning Commission's recommendation: approval of Ordinance 1221 subject to the following conditions. Prior to issuance of a zoning development permit for commercial development, addition of 7 attached residential dwelling units, i.e. apartments, the applicant shall provide the following to the Woodland Park Planning Department. A, applicant shall submit a comprehensive fixture unit count analysis for each building and meet water and sewer tap requirements for the variety of uses within each building. Applicant, number 1B, applicant must mitigate to a satisfaction the IREA, the potential conflict with existing overhead electrical facilities along the north side of Building 1B. Any resulting mitigation must consider the northern property owners and must be paid for in full by the applicant. 1C, CDOT's final review response is pending at this time. Any comments received from CDOT that are determined by staff and city engineer to be appropriate for this project will be added as conditions. 1D, applicant must submit for staff approval full color rendering and materials for remodel and building. And then lastly, final lighting must be pre-approved by staff prior to installation and be full cutoff dark sky to reduce potential glare to residents to the north and in accordance with section 1833080F of the code. Questions?
Any questions?
I gave you a lot. Quickly.
And you always do a great job. Thank you, Lisa. Very
Thank you.
thorough. My questions have to do with condition number 9. Since we don't have a definition of
what the fixture count will be for a mixed-use facility. Kip, how do you think we're going to proceed with this? Will we treat it as a single-family residence, multifamily? How will you help them come up with the fixed use or the fixture count?
Our code says 2 or more is defined as multifamily, and he's proposed 3 on each building. So they'll be multifamily, but the existing taps that are there now, there is space for the proposed water fixtures that will go in.
Although there's space, they'll still be used as if they were residential. So would that change the fixture count?
It doesn't change the fixture count. The difficult portion is the billing portion, because it's a commercial building and you have residential use in the commercial building.
Perhaps Mr. Page can answer the question, but will the utilities be part of the rent or part of the lease agreement for these, or will individuals pay their own utilities?
Yeah, I would have to look to the applicant for that. We have one account, and then it's up to the owner on how they separate that account.
I'll wait until Bill comes up, but that is the only question I had about the application. Otherwise, it looks great.
Anyone else, John?
A question about criterion number 1.
Okay.
Mixed use, pedestrian use as well. Are you referring to existing sidewalks?
Oh, you're talking about criteria number 1, response. Let me go back up there real quick here. I have it up on this.
Yeah.
Can you give me the exact, what I've said in my staff report, please? I'm sorry.
Well, I looked at the staff report, and you talk about mixed use.
Yes.
Retail and living quarters.
Yes.
And then you talk about walkability is an important factor here.
It is. Walkability and a mixed use is important because you are hoping that those residents are going to shop and utilize all the businesses in the area, and they're going to walk and use those businesses in the downtown area since they live there, as opposed to motoring. So walkability becomes an important factor when you're figuring mixed use, and because Central Business District is our most ideal zone for that, because the intent of this zone speaks to pedestrian and motoring public.
And another part of my question was the existing walkways, that's what's to be used?
Right. We have existing sidewalks here that will be utilized.
Okay, and are there additional walks being created on the kind of the western end of this project?
No.
Just those that exist today?
Yes, that's correct. When I'm speaking to walkability, I'm just talking about the intent of the zone and how it truly fits a mixed use. It's ideal for it as a zone.
But in reality, mixed use is not defined in any of our tables in any ordinance. It's only mentioned in the comprehensive plan, correct?
Right, correct.
Or the DDA overlay?
Right.
Mixed use, right?
Right. I believe in the DDA.
Yeah.
We believe in them, too.
All right, thank you.
Anyone else? No?
I did have some questions.
Okay.
I don't know if you can answer them or not. Maybe Mr. Page can. Handicap access.
Yes, handicap access. And I have a slide.
I guess would there be an elevator? I don't know. You have 2 floors.
That,
how will that work? Or 3 floors, actually.
I want to unhide this slide and show this to you because this shows a really good snapshot of the handicap entry. This is Midland Avenue, so this is the north view of this building, and then Walnut Street would be over here. The handicap entrance would come in through here and then proceed.
Okay, so.
And our applicant can address that as well.
And there's no requirement for over 3, I guess Woodland Park's too, we don't have any big buildings, so elevators are not required in any of the buildings.
All of that will be reviewed during building review as well for the permit.
Okay.
So those things will be.
You mentioned something, I just I was reading and you mentioned something about 75% TIF. What was that again?
Right, and I don't know if Brian is here, so maybe he's most appropriate to answer that. I do know that in
75% of
January.
what?
Brian?
And are we, the DDA is paying 75% of what?
Mayor and Council, Brian Fleer, DDA Director. There is a standing TIF agreement for the project, and the metrics of the TIF agreement outline 75% tax increment financing back to the entity once a list of improvements are approved. And much like the theater has already been completed through various phases, that's a 75% TIF agreement. And that would be standing for this expansion as well.
Okay, when you say TIF, are we paying? Are we give? Is the
No,
DDA giving him money? How's that working?
The TIF.
For the
basic
audience.
premise of the TIF is he pays the property tax increase based on the improvement, like in any TIF arrangement.
Right.
Once we receive those, once the DDA receives that TIF payment, he's eligible to receive that 75% rebate back to the project.
Okay. Okay. I didn't. Was the parking covered?
Yeah, I blew through it.
You did, didn't you?
I do have a table. If you wanted me to talk to you more, I can.
Is that going to be a garage, a power garage? I mean, is there
The-
ventilation for the?
Oh, you're talking
exhaust
about the
fumes?
parking garages,
Yeah.
yes, and those are the permitted uses. 7-car garage, and also that one's off of Building 1B, the 1,900 square foot 7-car garage, and then we also have one that is going to be off of Building 1A, and approximately
And those are
800
just
square foot.
basic garages, like
Right.
you would see in an apartment complex.
Right.
Okay, so each individual would have their one slot.
And they
garage,
may need to
single
park off-street or in the regular parking lot, too. I don't think it'll cover all of them, but I know the intent is to utilize it mostly for residential with those residential dwelling units.
So would those only be accessible by residents?
I think this is probably a question for Bill.
Okay, we'll save it.
You don't square footage of each apartment. I mean, how big are we talking?
That is listed in that table that I had attached.
That you went. Right. Okay.
Yeah, in the very last column of the alternative parking plan that's comparative to our current code, you'll see the square footage of each of those apartments laid out for you. If you're
What's
interested.
The smallest? What's the smallest?
I'm sorry?
What would be the smallest?
I believe the smallest is 600 square feet. Let me look.
We can allow
I'm
the
good.
applicant to answer a lot of those.
568 square foot.
Okay, thank you. I'm done.
That's okay. Good questions.
Anybody else? Okay, thanks, Lisa.
Uh-huh.
Very much.
Yes.
Great presentation. Mr. Page. Welcome, young man. Thank you for your patience with us. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Mayor. And my name is Bill Page. I office at 627 West Midland, Suite 207. And I have owned this property since 1965. And there wasn't anything at the west end of town then. And but I want to compliment the presentation that the planning staff has made and all the detail they went through and analyzing our project. It's a mixed-use project, and we got everything from a glazing subcontractor to massage therapists and we got like 3 different types of those, and we got 2 restaurants and an ice cream store, and now we got a new bakery, and we got some retail mixed in, and got office space, and we got a movie theater that's now 4 movie theaters instead of used to be 2, and I've been sitting on these vacant offices for about 7 years and was trying to figure out what I could do to to convert them into something usable, and that's when I made a presentation to the DDA in 2011, in January 2011. And so I'm just trying to adapt to changing market conditions and housing needs and stuff like that. So I'm just open here to answer any questions that any of you have, and fire away.
Sounds good. Why don't you go ahead?
Well, Bill, I know you're extremely thorough in everything you do, and I appreciate what you're putting together here because it is needed in our community. One basic question, I'm sure it's been covered because you are thorough. We're putting all these structures on top of existing buildings. I assume some structural engineering's been done on the foundations that they can, and the rest of the building can support the extra weight and snow load that'll be there.
The soils test bearing pressure we have in that area is about 3,500 pounds a square foot, and there's a sandstone formation like underneath the asphalt paving in our project there, and it varies in depth from maybe 8 to 11 feet. And the bearing pressure that we're using is above that sandstone foundation or area. And if you go north of there a block, you can see that sandstone formation on the side of the street embankments, and it is hard. And so we got real stable soil. We don't have any clays mixed in it or anything like that. And we got spread footings throughout the project, and we had soils tests done in 1975, 76. We had some additional boreholes done in 2010, 2011. And the existing project that's over there is primarily concrete foundation walls, and then the walls that go up are masonry, cement masonry units with grouted cores, bond beams, and so on. And then it's primarily heavy timber structure. So the structure that's there has got good bones. I mean, it's sitting on a solid foundation, solid soils, and I am a licensed architect, and I use some consulting engineers and so on. So we have done our due diligence.
Okay, so a consulting engineer or someone has basically given the green light
Yeah.
that weight on top of those buildings. That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, it ain't any different than like a 3-story house that's got a basement and 2 stories of frame walls. Right. I mean, those type of houses are all over Woodland Park.
Thanks.
Okay.
No, you have some more questions?
That was my question, actually. You said 1965, so I didn't know if there was any structural upgrades to the building to accommodate a 3rd floor or some of the two stories. But I didn't know if you needed to do that. It sounds like it was already built.
Well, this particular building that we're doing these 3 units on has got concrete block walls going up 1.5 stories above the lower floor, and they're grouted with vertical cores with rebar, and then horizontal bond beams every 32 inches. So, it's a very stable structure.
Another question I have is insulation. I know the theater is right there, and sometimes when I'm over at Kelly's, I listen real closely, and I go, okay, what movie's playing, and I can figure out what movie's playing. So I was wondering if insulation, what type of insulation, if you are doing that on the.
Well, the sound you hear through the theater is a result of a mixed-use project. Right. Now, we have heavy timber roof on the theater ceilings, but over the heavy timber roof, the roofing decking's about 2¼ inches thick. It's a nominal 3-inch. They're like 3x6s, and they're tongue and groove. Then over that, we got an sound insulation board that's got conduits running in it, electrical conduits, and then over that we got a lightweight concrete surface, and then we have finished floors on that. So we have an area made up about that thickness right there, and some places where we got hot water heat, perimeter hot water heat on the retail floors above the theater, and some of those pipes recess down into the through the concrete and the insulation, and there is some sound transmission through those a little bit. It depends what kind of the sound decibels that's coming out of the speakers in the movie theater. But you know, most of the movies are shown after the retail businesses have closed.
Right. I have to thank you for redesigning the theater. I haven't been to another theater since. I used to go down to the Springs, but since you've redesigned it, I haven't been there anywhere else but your theater, so thank you.
Well, thank you for being a loyal patron.
Oh, love going there.
That was a very challenging project.
Yeah, I bet.
And, but it was fun.
I've got a question about the theaters. When you took the 2 and divided them into 4, did that increase the seats, or did the seat numbers stay the same?
Did it increase seats?
Yes.
We, I think, we had 330 seats initially with 2 theaters. It was 150 and 180 in the 2 theaters. And I think we have 337 right now. So we increased 7 seats, but we added probably about 10 handicap seats. And the other thing that we're looking at doing, and that's the way it is right now, we got new seats in Theater 1 and 2. The Theater 3 right now, that used to be Theater 2, it's got 150 seats in it. And and then we're going to be taking those seats out in March and reducing the number of seats, probably about 25 seats, to put in wider seats, more spacing between the rows. So we'll then have 4 theaters with larger, more comfortable seats. Theater 3, the new seats, about 2/3 of those will be rockers, where you can sit there and go back and forth, you know. And it's very relaxing, and we have rockers in Theater 2 and so on. So.
Where I was going with the question is, if there were an increase in the number of seats, did we have to have an increase in the number of parking spaces? But I think you've answered that.
Let me tell you, or comment on that. I ended up building that theater in 1975 and 76, and at the end of the process when we got done, my initial theater operator didn't survive the opening hardly, and so I ended up taking the project over and became a theater owner in 1976, 77, and I owned that theater for 6 years, and my children used to work in there at the concession stand and stuff like that. One of the concession girls in the back row over here, and but I sold it 6 years later, and the family I sold it to. The gentleman I sold it to passed away about 10 years ago, and he left it to his daughter in another town in Colorado. She never came to visit the theater, for about six years or so. And the management, and the theater kind of went downhill in image and shows and stuff like that. So I ended up taking the theater back over. When I took it over, the seat occupancy in the theater per show for the whole year was 6%. So those 330 seats we had were 6% occupied. Now, since we've got the new seats and we got 4 theaters, we got our seat occupancy up to 17%. So if you look at that, at the overall parking situation, we're not filling the theaters up, but it's becoming a more successful business.
Well, I hope you make 100%. I just want to make sure we got enough parking for everybody.
Okay.
Bill, the other question I had was on how you intend to lease the apartments. Will utilities be included in the rent or the lease? Or
All the utilities will be included.
Okay.
Yeah.
That answers the most important question I had.
There's no intent of selling any of the units or anything like that. It's just.
John? The schedule that Lisa showed for phases 2 and 3, 2016 through 2018, do you expect it to take that long to complete these 3 phases?
I've kind of learned to be cautious in life. There's always cycles and setbacks and things like that. I kind of want to take it one step at a time. And, you know, depends on the economy, the market needs, and it's got to be an economic, feasible project. And the first three have to have some kind of reasonable return and be successful and take care of a need. So I can't give you a definite answer, but that was my best guess.
Okay. Will you be using local labor on this project?
We always use local labor. We use an electrical contractor from Cripple Creek. We use a mechanical contractor from Colorado Springs, but all the rest of the labor's local.
How many would you expect to employ at the peak of your project?
The construction, well, it's going to kind of dribble out. You know, we're not going to have a big project going all at once. You know, we don't want to interfere with existing businesses that are there and their customers. So we try to do our construction where we don't interfere with those businesses. So probably if I'm going to say, if we had 3 framers on site or 3 people doing concrete foundations for a garage, or we had 3 block masons, and we got cleanup people around, and we've got, you know, we might have at the most 10 people on site a day.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
Can we go back to that last slide? And I'm just gonna clarify some things on the parking again, if you don't mind. Wow, it was just like one slide back.
This one?
No, it was this. It showed a
Parking.
top down of the parking structure in the back.
Was it a picture?
Yes.
On Midland,
Drawing.
the backside.
Well, while she's trying to find that, the other question I did have is the 7 covered parking spaces.
Yeah, that's.
Did you intend for those to be for the residents or for anyone,
Well,
first come, first serve?
Out of those 7 parking spaces, 2 of those are 1-car garages, 2 spaces. 1 is a 2-car garage, and 1 garage is a 3-car garage.
Would you
So
mind
they're not all in one building. I mean, they're segmented with, so they can be rented out individually.
Oh, that's the plan, then you'll
Right.
rent them out, each space, not the garage, the space?
Right.
Okay.
Right, and they got party walls. You know, I got one garage that's got 3 cars in it.
Mr. Page, can you point it out on the screen there? You say you have individual garages, garage doors. Go back to the screen. That right there. Those are individual garage units, or are we talking the parking spaces there at a slant?
Well,
If you want to point it out there behind you, that would be great.
Can you point it out on the?
I don't, is that whole structure enclosed or just the individuals?
This is a new single-car garage, right?
Okay.
And then this is a 7-car garage. There's a 2-car garage unit here, a 1-car garage unit here, and a 3-car garage unit there.
Okay.
So the spaces would be
What are those
rented
spaces
out.
then? Are this just, they're just there for me to park when I want to walk down to the shopping and get ice cream?
The interior parking there will be a private parking court.
Okay. And that's covered also?
No, it's open.
That's open, and then there's snow removal.
I'd show you where it's open if you.
Yeah, I would love to see it. It's kind of it's a tight space.
Right here. This is gates that gets to the parking court. There's a garage door here, a garage door here, a garage door here. There's a garage door here, a garage door here, a garage door here.
Okay, that makes so much more sense. So if I rented an apartment, I could I need all those garages for my cars, so.
It would be,
I could rent
it would
them
be
all.
a secured parking area.
Yes.
You wouldn't have to worry about somebody siphoning the gas out of your vehicle at night like we have to worry about it now on Midland Avenue.
Thanks, Bill.
Thank you,
Okay.
Bill.
Got it.
Any other questions?
Good luck with the project.
Okay, Greg, we'll open up for public comment. If anyone has questions, comment? Nobody? I don't see any hands. If not, we'll close public comment. And any final questions, council? Everybody got all the information we need? We need a motion then, including the findings, if somebody would.
Make a motion to approve ordinance 1221, subject to the conditions as indicated in the presentation here.
Second?
Second.
Cindy?
Thank you. Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Matthews?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Brevetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks very much. Bill, good luck to you. Congratulations. Okay, we will move on to 9B or 10 in red, whichever one suits your fancy. And we'll give it back to Lisa for approval of ordinance number 1222.
Okay, this next request is for Bedrock Automotive sales. And currently, this use does exist as a repair service at 2701 and 2711 Mountain Glen Court. That is Lot 1, is where the existing business is for repair at Bedrock of Sunny Glen Retreat. And so the owner, the applicant, is here this evening. Mac McClung is here. He's in the very back. And if you have any questions after my presentation, of course, he'll come up and talk to you as well. So the request at hand is to develop and use a 15,022 square foot asphalt parking lot and any associated site improvements for auto sales. And this would be done, this would apply to Lot 1, where the existing auto repair service is, as well as Lot 2 in Sunny Glen Retreat. After the lot line, the interior lot line is removed, and that is a condition of the CUP. And the table of permitted uses slates this as Section F, and it talks about automotive, RV, travel trailers, and boats, sales, service, and rental, and it's number 2. And it is conditional in the community commercial zone. And this is another map, fancy map of our zoning here. The fuchsia color is the community commercial zone, and want to let you know this is where Western Convenience Store is, mostly residential, suburban residential to the north, east, and south. Other than along the west and the Highway 24 corridor, we have community commercial. 2701 is where the existing Bedrock Automotive Repair Shop is and service, and then the lot that would be, if approved tonight, would be purchased by the applicant to place the 15,000 square foot asphalt parking lot would be on 2711 Mountain Glen Court. I want to point out to you that this previously in 2000 was actually not community commercial. It was the red. It was the heavy service industrial, light industrial zone. And then this was rezoned to community commercial at that time. In 2005 is when our applicant went through the original CUP process to allow for the automotive repair service. So this is to add and expand his business to automotive sales as well. This is an aerial shot, and what I want to point out to you from this aerial is this ridge line up here to the east and northeast. It sort of wraps around to the north here. These are where those residential homes are. This is an aerial of the 2 lots that we're talking about. The one here is where we would place that asphalt parking lot. And this is a rather steep ridge here. In fact, if you were to drive up here, you would need to come out to about here to be able to see down in that area. However, these are here. There is another residential property here to the south that is in this area as well. This is our site plan, and I gave you all a hard copy. The things that I really want to point out for you is that the applicant is providing ample landscaping. He's utilizing, and it's coded very nicely in the legend at the top, which ones are existing and going to be replanted, which ones are going to be added. But the applicant has actually, since Planning Commission, added even more landscaping to this eastern area and to the north as well, just to add buffer. One of the neighbor here to the east had comments about that, and our applicant has added more to that area just to create more of a buffer. Also, extending that fence, there is a fence, split rail fence that would come down along the south side, of both of these lots down to about 15 feet to where the intersection meets here, Mountain Glen Court with Highway 24. Also want to point out that these bold arrows represent the swale drainage, and there is an existing riprap and ditch that pulls the drainage through in this area. That will be reconstructed with new riprap. There is also going to be a culvert, 24-inch culvert, placed underneath the driveway here. This is a 30-foot ingress-egress, and so traffic would come in off of Mountain Glen Court and then enter, go north, and then loop around the parking in the middle here, and then exit accordingly. I also want to point out the existing structure would be used for office paperwork, for the auto sales and that sort of thing. That's one of the reasons we're removing that lot line so that the use is for both lots. Parking requirement here, again, section 1839030. This is based off of auto sales, which is one parking space for every 600 feet of usable outside area. That figured into the 15,022 square feet at 625 required. He's provided 33. One of the things about this particular use is currently with the parking at the existing lot, the employees are parking along the Mountain Glen right-of-way. There's just a need for that, and so one of the uses that this will be used for is to the west here, the employees will be able to park, and that will be reserved for the employees to park once that parking lot is built, as well as sale and service to the back, the north side of that parking lot, and then in the middle, and then of course the sales would be up towards the front there on the south side of that perimeter. There is also going to be a display off of the very front of, and let me go back here to the overall site plan, off of the front of lot 1, and that will be off of the highway there on that property for up to 5 display vehicles. And I'm, again, not going to read each criteria because I feel like you understand them, but in accordance with needing to be at this particular location and meeting that criteria, staff feels it's been zoned for the last 15 years community commercial. Previously to that, it was a heavier, higher impact commercial, light industrial zone. It fits the intent of moderate impacts commercial businesses for the community commercial zone. There's already existing Western convenience fuel pump services, as well as he has the logical existing use for repair services. So to add auto sales seems to fit that area and zone. And also providing repair services and sales to those that are traversing the highway, Highway 24 there. There are currently no auto dealers in Woodland Park, and all the potential impacts have been reviewed by all of our agencies, and the ones that need to be conditioned have been conditioned, and the applicant has been meeting those. Criteria number 2, again, we have the zoning development and building permit process, which addresses the fire regulations as well as the International Building Code to ensure safety for the public. Criteria number 3, not substantially injuring the value of vicinity properties. Commercial properties, again, exist to the south and west. There is that drastic ridge line there for the residents to the east that creates a natural separation between the uses to the east and a bit of the north. And the area was down zoned from the higher impact commercial light industrial in 2000 again. The applicant also took it a step further and did provide us with an evaluation from Mr. Michael Sperry, who is a certified residential appraiser, and he stated that the change would provide additional parking with the employees for sure as well, and that the area residents already look over the present improvements. We did receive feedback from public. We have done our due diligence with the public notification procedures, also done the courtesy adjacent property notification letters. We have received some feedback from the neighbors to the south, particularly the Casers. I believe they're here tonight to talk to you as well. Cindy, I gave Cindy Morse some copies of some additional letters that they had provided this evening to me beforehand, and so you have those as well as the one that was attached to your packet from earlier. Oh, okay. So we can hand those. And also, there have been other phone calls and visits, and then the Arnie Spartans, the neighbor to the east, has also provided letters as well. And so those have all been included. Criteria number 4 shall be in harmony with the area in which it is located. Again, zoned community commercial for 15 years, previous commercial, light industrial, and we have that commercial activity of Western convenience store and the existing use of the auto repair. And plus, a parking lot is really a very simple and basic use of the land that fits nicely into this terrain and the way that this land is laid out on Lot 2. Criteria number 5 talks about conforming to all the city plans. Future comprehensive map shows this area as mixed use, meaning commercial and residential. Supports the comprehensive plan guiding principle to sustain economic diversity and vitality. And our applicant has provided ample landscaping, split rail fence to the south of the lot, reinforced the existing ditch, going to put in that culvert, and he's also going to be installing sidewalks from the across the new lot, the Lot 2, 5 feet sidewalks, and then that'll go down to the southwest corner here of the end of that lot. And during the previous CUP, conditional use permit, and as part of the zoning development permit for building the existing structure, we did collect fees in lieu for sidewalks, and a portion of those will be applied by the city to continue that sidewalk from that where the two lots meet down to the eastern curb cut to the existing driveway. So, criteria number 6 talks about conforming to all city regulations, and city utilities and fire department have approved the CUP site plan. There is a condition that's added to ensure that final lighting is going to be pre-approved by staff and prior to installation be full cutoff to lessen the glare that would be created by those lights to neighbors. Also, city inspector will ensure that the engineering specifications are met, and the new auto sales business will be, of course, required to have and renew a city business license as well for that additional use. Criteria number 7 is talking about accommodating on-site and off-site traffic again. Another trip generation letter was produced by this applicant as well. It stated the use would generate an additional 110 vehicle trips on the average weekday. City engineer has approved that, found it reasonable and logical, and as of today, we did finally get a response from our CDOT partners, and they did tell us that they found this trip generation letter acceptable as well. Criteria number 8 is talking about having appropriate regard to topography and environmentally significant features. Again, the parking lot is relatively flat, but the lot is surrounded to the north and the east by increased grades. The city engineers approved the drainage report, and the applicant will be reinforcing the ditch for swale drainage that traverses from the north in between those two lots and then just to the east of the existing structure, as well as putting in that new culvert and along the south side of those lots down to the existing lot. Criteria number 9 talks about adequate water supply, waste disposal, protection methods, and water drainage. City Utilities Director has again approved the CUP site plan. Air quality is minimally impacted, and again reinforcing that ditch. Criteria number 10, talking about not unduly increasing public danger. I covered that previously with that number 2 standard. Again, we go through the zoning development building permit. We make sure international building code and fire regulations are met as part of those procedures. Criteria number 11, talking about the use and development may be required to provide architectural design schemas and may be required to provide amenities such as, but not limited to, fencing, landscaping, and buffering. Again, this lot will be greatly enhanced by those deciduous trees and has been further increased and padded by the applicant since Planning Commission recommended approval as well. And we have that split rail fence as well. So, Planning Commission's recommendation, approval of a CUP for a 15,022 square foot asphalt parking lot and associated site improvements for auto sales located in Community Commercial Zoning District at 2701 and 2711 Mountain Glen Court. This use will also apply to Lot 1, Sunny Glen Retreat Subdivision, after the common lot line shared between Lots 1 and 2 has been removed. The CUP is subject to the following conditions. 1, prior to issuance of zoning development permit for the commercial development addition of a 15,022 square foot asphalt parking lot and associated site improvements, the applicant shall provide the following to Woodland Park Planning Department. A final site plan shall be submitted which meets current city engineering specifications and incorporates all site plan review comments to the reviewer's satisfaction. B, a vacation of the common lot line shared between lots 1 and 2 Sunny Glen Retreat subdivision shall be recorded prior to issuance of a commercial ZDP to construct the new parking lot. C, final lighting must be approved by staff prior to installation and be full cutoff, dark sky to reduce potential glare to residents to the west and in accordance with the section 1833080F of the municipal code. Number 3, the sidewalk, curb, and gutter installed along Lot 2 and within the Mountain Glen Court right-of-way shall be paid for and completed by the applicant. The connection of this sidewalk, curb, and gutter from the Lot 2 property line to the eastern curb cut to the existing Bad Rock automotive repair driveway, approximately 60 feet, will be paid for by the city from a portion of pre-existing fees in lieu of the sidewalks assessed and collected by the city during the Lot 1 commercial development in 2005. Final signage must be approved and reviewed as a separate permanent sign ZDP by staff, and upon completion of the new parking lot, all parking along Mountain Glen Court right-of-way will cease except for emergencies and unusual circumstances. Snow removal from the lot must be placed in the designated snow storage areas and indicated on the site plan and not pushed onto or across Mountain Glen Court. And we did strike out the 2 words in number 5 here. We had a visit with the neighbors to the south, the Casers, earlier this week, and when we talked to them, they pointed out to us that it could be that there would be other people that would be parking, customers that might park along there as well. So we felt that it would be important to not limit ourselves to just the employees in that condition. And then and applicant is aware of that adjustment as well. And then also we had that CDOT review come in today, so we've removed that condition to finalize that with them as well, and I have updated this in the ordinance as well.
Copy was provided to you on your dais.
Do you have any questions? I covered a lot quickly, and yes.
A couple, I think,
Okay.
quick things. At one time, they were talking about the limit of number of cars to be sold on this new lot. Was that 4? Am I remembering that correctly, or was there a number?
That was not for the total number on the lot, but that has to do with the display area up front. And there was a lot of discussion of that display area that would have cars for sale up front off of the highway along the west side of Lot 1. And Planning Commission discussed that and then asked that a condition be added to limit that to no more than 5.
But there's no limit on the new lot. Is that correct?
There's 33 parking spaces in that lot. And as you saw, I've labeled the areas on that. Some of that is for employee parking only, and so all the ones to the west here reserved for employee parking only. And so sales and service, we've got 3 here, and we've got roughly 10 here, so 13, and looks like another 8 here.
Okay.
So gives you kind of a
Follow on to that, since there's no building on that, is that why we don't have a detention pond? The water that comes off the asphalt is going into an existing swale? Bill, maybe you want to address
No,
that.
they're using the parking lot as a detention facility. There's a wall on the west side, and the parking lot is being used as their detention pond.
Really?
Yep.
How does that work?
Well, there's a wall along the west side, and with a metered orifice, and water stacks up behind the wall and then is released into the ditch in a measured fashion.
Yeah, just don't park
Not a good place to park, I take it.
when it rains.
Their choice to how they did that, but
Was there a detention pond in the front property where the existing building is?
Yes.
I assume there is.
Mhm.
Okay.
But it's the same. It's the
Interesting.
parking lot.
And one quick question on the lights. Are those going to be left on overnight?
I'm going to ask my applicant to address that. 'Cause
Okay, when he comes up, he can address it.
Yes.
Where is the snow removal area?
Oh, yes, sorry. The snow storage area is back here, behind the northern parking in that area. That's the snow storage area. It's marked on the site plan as
Okay.
well.
Question,
Yes.
how are they getting from this lot to that lot? I don't see any access across the drainage
Well, the
section.
sidewalk is going to continue down to the ingress here.
So they have to walk out to the street, up, and then into the lot?
Yes.
Okay.
There's, also the driveway.
And then that did go back to the question of the lighting. The concerns of the residents there is they don't want to look out their window and it be a glare with the lights on at night.
Mhm.
So,
Right, and staff will review that very rigorously, yeah. Mhm.
okay.
Question, does
Yes.
the city require that the asphalt depth be 4 inches or some other number?
we have in our city engineer specifications, asphalt pavement for minimum specifications for commercial parking lots. We also give the applicants their choice if they want to do soil testing and come up with their own pavement design.
Okay, or could use concrete as well?
Absolutely.
Yeah, all right. So what's the answer to my question? We don't know?
Well, it depends whether the asphalt is on native or if it's on base course. We give them 2 different options.
And those options are what?
If you give me 2 minutes, I'll find it for you.
All right. You could tell me later.
Anything else for Lisa?
I see Mac here is anxious to talk to you all.
We can't wait. Thanks, Lisa.
Mhm.
Thanks very much. Mr. McClung, welcome.
Yes, sir.
Please state your name and address and
My name is Garland McClung. I own the auto repair facility at 2701 Mountain Glen Court in Woodland Park. And forgive me, could you repeat the question that was asked earlier?
The lights.
The lights.
The lights.
They
was
are
the-
security lights.
Okay.
So they will be left on overnight. They are full cutoff design to where they will not be glaring up into the light sky.
excuse me, Matt, could you just speak up a little bit?
Sorry.
Thank you.
They're full cutoff lights, so they will not be putting any light into the night sky. They'll be shining directly straight down. There's, this is a 15,000 square foot parking area, and trying to be sensitive to the neighbors around, there are only 2 lights in the entire parking lot, which is here. So it's as far away from the road as possible and still giving some sense of security to the vehicles on the lot. As Lisa pointed out, there's a steep grade here, and a very steep grade here, so that all of the houses in the area, the elevation is significantly higher than the parking lot.
Wouldn't it be better just to put motion sensor lights, and that way if someone is walking around on the lot, the lights turn on?
You want to watch lights go on and off all night when the deer cross it?
And maybe a gate? Are you putting a gate?
I have not planned on a gate.
That would be another security measure there that would keep the lights down. And you're putting a fence all the way around, or just the fence on the...
A decorative split rail fence. It will go pretty much across the entire front of both properties facing Mountain Glen Court. The neighbor here, Arnie, liked the idea of the fence, so he and I will be sharing the cost of the split rail fence to go along this property.
So, a split rail. Okay, just a split rail. Okay. Because deer can jump over that. I guess my concern is just the residents trying to come up with a better solution than having lights on all night. And I don't know how big that ridge line is, 30 feet, 40 feet. How high are we going up? When I drive by.
Ralph, do you have a topo of that? No? It's a tall.
If I stood at the top on the residence up there, would the top of the lights be below me?
Yes.
Okay.
Significant.
As much as Western Convenience is now.
Right, but they're kind of off to the side behind some trees. So as long as the lights are below the ridge line up there, then they can't see the lights anyway.
I'm familiar with here because I live there. I don't see any concern.
You live further down.
No, I live pretty much in that whole area. I walk that road.
Okay. Now that I think about it, if the top of the lights are below the ridge line, then it'd be impossible for them to see
They're well
it.
below any of the residences in the area.
Okay. Thank you.
Bob?
My point was that this is not the auto mile off of 8th Street, not 25 downtown. And it's going to be your vehicles that are in there that you're responsible for. So you've done the minimum necessary to make sure that somebody's not coming in there to steal or damage and that sort of thing. But you do need to have that security, and so we understand the need for some lighting throughout the night. But I don't think it's even much more than like street lights we have on some of our intersections in town. How would you compare that? I mean, would it be similar to street lights then?
It's less.
I'd have to say probably less. Because the street lights, while obviously they're full cutoff, they're half of the fixture is glass or light emitting, and the bulb is up inside. The bulb is well inside, and there's no glass sticking out. So from the side, you don't see the fixture, you just see the light coming out.
Than street light, as far as dispersed illumination.
Correct.
It's focused on the lot.
Yes.
Mac, it appears to me, if I was living in that neighborhood, Mountain Glen Court is not going to be as congested. Would you envision that? Because your employees will be parking in back and cars in back. Where will people park that are going to look at cars? Will that back lot be full with cars? How many do you anticipate having back there? 33 spaces, say 5 or 6 or 7 employees, whatever. So you got about 25 spaces left. Is that about what you envision?
Well,
my question is, I guess, where are people going to park that are coming to look at the cars?
Preferably in the lot. I have graciously given up my right to park along the city street to accommodate the neighbors, and I will have ample parking for anyone coming to visit. However, not being able to call every individual that might possibly come to my facility to let them know that the neighbors don't want us parking along this city street. If they leave the vehicle there, I will get it off the street as fast as I can. But to be held responsible for everyone coming down the Highway 24 corridor's parking habits, when everywhere else in Woodland Park it is legal to park on a city street, all I can say is I'll get them off the street as fast as I can.
And the other concern for some people in the neighborhood, I'm guessing, is that people will kind of test drive back in that neighborhood. So one thing you can do, right, is encourage people at least to go to Highway 24 one way or the other instead of going straight back.
Right.
And that's something that you can control?
Yes, actually test driving the vehicles for sale, Mountain Glen Court would not be necessary. Because not too many people are going to test drive a vehicle at 5 miles an hour. They want to get it out on the highway and see how it runs out. The concern that has been mentioned about using Mountain Glen Court as a test track is kind of a touchy subject. Yes, our facility does repair vehicles, and sometimes the diagnosis of an issue requires a slow test drive to duplicate the situation. If you try to drive slowly on Highway 24, you're going to cause an accident. So we will go up Mountain Glen Court, which is a slow speed, and turn around at the cul-de-sac and come back. This situation occurs on average maybe once a week. Tops.
Once a week. Great, thank you.
I'd rather roll downhill with a stalled vehicle than push it up a hill, so I can understand that. We're putting in sidewalks. That's what you mentioned. We're putting in a sidewalk
Over the existing property line. The line between the new property and the existing property.
Right.
On the existing property, when I purchased and built there, I paid fees in lieu of sidewalk, curb, and gutter.
So it's the 60 feet from where lots 1 and 2 meet down to the southwest where that eastern curb cut is,
So
to that existing driveway.
It'll look nice.
Yeah, so it'll finish it off so that pedestrians
And are
can
we
go
doing
from
any
one.
improvements to the road for drainage? Because now that it's not just going into the dirt, now it's going to start running down real fast. Are we doing it? Oh, it will. Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, if not, appreciate it. We'll move on to public comment. And I've got 3 people on my list, and anybody else that wants to speak up, please let me know. We will start with Helga Kasser. Is it Kasser or Kasser? I'm sorry. Thank you.
Oh, the site plan?
Yes,
Okay.
but not the small one,
The bigger one, gotcha.
Yes.
Hey, Neil,
Okay.
Sir.
before we get into
Council members?
Excuse me 1 second. Excuse me, I'm sorry.
should we take a break before we get into the Woodland Park Aquatic Center thing?
Yeah, we'll take a look. That might be a good idea. Okay, I'm sorry. If you'll just state your name and address, please.
My name is Helga Kassir. My husband, Kenneth Kassir, and I reside on 2710 Mountain Glen Court, which is directly across of the planned used car lot of Mr. Klung. I have not written that down, but Mayor, you mentioned something about the testing of the cars. It is not 1 car a week. It is 2 cars a day, at least. And they're not coming 5 miles. They're coming 30 miles. And even one day I went down to Mr. Klung's shop because someone drove up to the cul-de-sac, opened the door, hung out, and drove 10 times like crazy around the cul-de-sac. And I went down and I said, one of you employee just was up there, and he stood in front of me and said, that was me. And so what? Unless he thinks his vehicles are invisible and make no noise, then it's fine with me. But this is our front yard. It is basically when you come out from Mountain Glen Court from his repair shop, this whole property is ours. We own 2 lots. And he drives around our 2 lots. And they're not coming slow. Only when they see me working in the yard, they slow down. But that's not really what I have my complaint about. I told you his car lot is directly across from him. Our house is here. Right this way. Dining room window, kitchen window, right there we look into it because our property is raised. And so we see every box in there, everything. And it will be now our new view from our panoramic window in the dining room as well from the kitchen, which definitely will not increase the value of our residence. Due to our vacation in Germany, we were unable to attend the first meeting in October. Therefore, we obtained all the information from the recording of the first meeting from the City Council. There was one comment of Mr. Klang which did not sit very well with us. When the question about snow removal came up, his answer was, if I don't have enough space on the used car lot, I will just push the snow in the ditch. The ditch is therefore only one purpose, to carry snow melt water or rainwater down Mountain Glen Court, and should be therefore only used for that matter. The water will not just run off from Mountain Glen Court, all the way up from the cul-de-sac. The ditch has to hold water coming down from two private roads. One where the residence of Mr. Hughes and Mr. Faulkner, the second one where the residence of Mr. Cosgriff and the house behind him is located. It was just purchased, I don't know the name of the owner. Any blockage due to snow removal in the ditch is therefore, in our opinion, out of the question. According to Mr. Klang, he will display in front of his current parking area 5 used cars, as well as in the first rows of his parking space, and he will move some cars which are waiting for repair on the new used car lot. Now, the new car lot will already hold his employees' vehicles, his used cars, and cars waiting for repair. You can imagine it will fill up in a matter of time fairly quickly. Now I'm coming to the question the mayor asked. Where are the customers parking which want to view the used cars? When you look at that plan here, do you believe someone wants just to check out what cars he has, what prices he has? He would drive and park in here and walk all the way up here to the entrance and go in. What will happen? They will park on our side or on our property. And this is more like a window shopping when you have a used car. You go to 2-3 lots and see what vehicles they have, what their prices are. And they don't necessarily want the salesperson come up. They just want to look at. Customers will come at any time during the day, after work hours, on weekends, to see what Mr. Klang's used car inventory is like without stopping at the office. If they park on our side of the road or on our private property, we will contact the city. The goal to get the cars of Mountain Glen Court would have therefore failed. So those are our two main concerns. We hope we get both concerns for both the city of Woodland Park or the city council. If you have any question, ask me.
I've got a comment just to start, and maybe we can start with Bill and ask him about the snow removal, and if it goes into the ditch and the issues there. Can you speak to that, Bill?
City code doesn't allow transfer of snow onto city property, the city streets. However, because sometimes it does get constrained or whatever, we do have a caveat that snow does get pushed behind the sidewalks or in a jam to be put into a ditch if there's absolutely no other place to put it. But the code reads you can't transfer onto city property.
Okay, thanks. The other question I have for you, Ms. Kaser, if it's me, I'm just thinking out loud now, driving up that street, if I want to go and examine some cars, and he's got that big parking lot with cars on it, why wouldn't I go and park up there so I wouldn't have to trek up the hill?
If there's place.
If there's a place,
If
absolutely.
there's place. If there's winter time, he pushes his snow on the sides, and then he has his employee cars. He has used cars there, and he wants to put some of the cars he will repair up there so he can display more used cars on his front lot. So take my word, in a year that lot is full. And why would anyone drive in? They don't know if it's allowed, or they don't want to get the salespeople's alert, and he just parks quietly on the side and looks at the prices and leaves again. That will very often be the case. I'm very sure of that. And we failed our goal completely to get the roads of Mountain Glen Court.
And you could argue one of the benefits for you is that those cars that are now parked on the road, the employee cars, will be parked in the parking lot, so that road will be a lot clearer than it is now.
That is for driving clearer, but it's not really a benefit from us. Do you have the pictures? We gave you the tape. We look straight at the cars at the new parking lot. We're the only private residents who look straight at the parking lot.
So, just to clarify. I have a question though, Ms. Kaser.
Yeah?
When you purchased your property, Bad Rock was already there, correct?
No.
No?
We purchased it about 4 or 5 years before he built, but we knew it was commercial. We do not have a problem with his current shop at all. But because there are trees from us which block it a little, but then we have a completely open area, and this is exactly the parking lot. And when you walk in our house, you don't even have to go to the dining room. You walk through the house, you look right in the parking lot. We're the only house which has a problem. We're not against the lot, but we are concerned. Suddenly there will be boats, camper homes, all kind of things there. And if this is not concrete written down, what he can display there, then we have no way of complaining.
Any other questions?
Well, I guess I'm just confused, though. You said you purchased lot 2720 2 years ago, though, correct?
Your second lot?
The second lot was purchased 2 years ago?
Yes.
After Bad Rock was
But
built?
that is to the other side.
Okay, thank you.
That has nothing to do with that. Up here is our house. Right here is a wall, a little wall. It goes down. This is Mountain Glen Court. This is a view which city staff took from inside from our house. This will be the parking lot. Here is his current business, which is covered by trees, but this is our view. When we walk through the house, when we have company, if we would want to sell the house, all they do, they look here. You have to remember, we have on the left side, we have Ute Pass gravel. We don't see it, but the noise is horrendous. Sometimes all day they're grinding dirt, or they're loading stones or getting stones. Excuse me, I have a little a cold problem. Here we have the gas station. Here we have Bad Rock. And now our only nice view will be now a used car parking lot. And instead of parking here, which will be a sidewalk, they will park on this side, which is our property. So you get a better understanding.
Yes, we do. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'll go out. I'm sorry, no.
No, it's okay. That land is already zoned.
Yes.
It's already zoned.
It
So
got zoned down to a lower level. It was
right, but the
commercial. You could have put a big building there.
so something else could go there.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, I can imagine a heck of a lot worse things there than a car lot or a parking lot. We could just say it's a parking lot. It would ruin the beautiful view. I'll give it that. But I could imagine another convenience store there, or a big building there, another manufacturing plant. Heck, something else a lot worse. So.
Okay, Mr. Kaser, would you like to come forward?
My name is Kenneth Kassir. I reside with my wife at 2710 Mountain Glen Court. The first thing I want to point out is there's a couple of errors on the maps. The first one is on the site map. It doesn't say it on here, but the previous one showed this is undeveloped residential, and that's our property. So that should be relabeled as residential, developed residential. And the other one is the map where it shows the different properties of the cul-de-sac.
You want to see that?
Yes, please. No, not that one. That actually shows the different lot lines. The zoning map. That one. This is an old map. It shows the two properties here. We actually purchased this property 2 years ago, and we vacated that property line. So this is one property now. So now on to other issues. In Section 1 in the proposal, according to the CUP, Mr. McClung will have four-wheel drive and all-wheel drive used vehicles on his lot for sale. In the October 23rd Planning Commission, he did not rule out two-wheel drive vehicles. I understand that. In Section 4 of the CUP, it talks about the zoning ordinance, permitted use table, Section F, as allowing sales of RV travel trailers, recreational vehicles, boats, motorcycles, and snowmobiles. So the question is, does this imply that Mr. McClung can sell these additional types of vehicle on his lot if this CUP is approved, or would it require a change to the CUP for such sales? And for your information, this past summer he did have a motorcycle for sale out on the front of his auto repair shop. Section 4, Item 3, injury to the value of the vicinity properties. You have that picture from our window again. As my wife pointed out, this is a picture from our dining room, 6-foot wide picture window. His lot will start right over here, go up and across, and that will be all used car lot. So today we have a nice picture view of grass, trees, and occasional deer. In a year, we'll have a picture of cars. So in the letter from Mr. Sperry to Mr. McClung on August 12th, that's attachment D, he stated that the parking lot would have minimal to no effect on market value in the area. We do not fully agree with this assessment. We have tried to contact Mr. Sperry, but he's been out of town. I believe he is supposed to be back today, so tomorrow we'll try and get a hold of him and ask him if he would come out and look through our picture window at what our view is going to change to see if he will change his view as to having no impact to our value. In Section 5, Item 4, signage, the question is what type of signage will be allowed? Where can they be placed? Will there be any size restrictions? Will the public have any input on new signage, or will the approval just be by the staff? And currently there is a sign on the northwest corner of his property stating snow tires now available. So is that in violation of his current CUP? And finally, violations to the CUP, and this is more of an FYI, not just for you, but also for my fellow members that live out in the area, that we had talked to Sally, and Sally told Helga and I that we should either contact her or Rick Circa, the code enforcement officer, if we believe there are any violations to the CUP or if we have any questions or concerns with what's going on out there. So that's all I have to say. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
When did you buy your property again?
I'm sorry?
When did you buy your property?
We bought our property 2710 in 2004, I believe it was.
2004.
And we did not build for several years. We came up every year to look at things and see if we liked the area, et cetera. So we bought it, and there was only one house in our subdivision, and that was Dennis Hughes that was built. And there were only 2 other properties that were sold.
What was that zone? Can I follow up on this question? For Sally, what was that zoned in 2004?
That was community commercial at that time.
And what kind of structures could go on that lot, given that zoning?
A variety of structures, as long as they met the setbacks and the parking and landscaping. So everything listed from an office building. We had a beauty salon look at that lot for a while. Another auto repair shop could go on that lot with an additional CUP.
And were you aware that that's a possibility when you bought that property, that could be?
No. Actually, when we were looking at lots, the real estate agent that showed us the lot that we bought and several other lots in that subdivision did not mention those first 2 were commercial. We did not think of asking because we didn't want to buy anything sitting on Highway 24. Yes.
But you knew, you knew you'd pass Rock Place.
Sand and gravel.
And gravel, and you knew there was a gas station next to you. That wasn't exactly the most ideal, pristine lot if you wanted to be in the middle of the forest.
Before we bought 2720, we did not border Ute Pass Sand and Gravel. There was a lot between us and them. The Western Convenience gas station, we see it if we go out our back door and there's a little hill behind our house, and if we go up on that hill we can look down. From our kitchen window we see a little of the gas station, but not much. There's virtually no lights that we see because they're all the down facing. So, and we don't really see the cars except when they coming off of 24, then they disappear into the gas station, and then when they pull back onto 24.
But my sense is that what Mac is putting in there is probably the least violating of your view and stuff. It's still going to be just a flat land. As Sally said, it could be a building. It could be another gas station.
Correct.
And the owner of that land
Could be
has
an
the
ice
right
cream
to
store.
do that in accordance with the zoning.
Correct. Understand
So-
that. Our concern is the letter from Mr. Sperry where he states that this will have no impact on value to adjacent properties. And I believe it will have an impact because we, the other houses, as you can see, there's an embankment here, and the other houses are back over here. They will see very little, if any, of the parking lot if they look out any window in their house. So this is the view, not looking down from our dining room. This is looking straight out. So we will see that. And so we want to try and get Mr. Sperry to come out to our house and look at this to see if he would reword what he wrote. Because I'm just afraid that when they come and redo our assessment, last time they did it, they jacked our value up 40%.
If you put a 3-story industrial building there, that would affect your value of your
Correct.
thing as well.
Correct. I totally agree.
And the problem is you didn't know, I guess when you bought the property, that was zoned that way.
Correct.
Kenny?
Well, if I'm not mistaken, I think your wife mentioned you did know it was commercial. And the issue that everybody's alluding to.
When we built, we knew it was commercial.
Is when you buy next to commercial, and I've been through this before, I empathize with your view. Everybody wants the view of the peak or something up here. But typically, when you buy a lot next to commercial, quite often it's less costly because it's next to commercial. And then once commercial starts developing, people get upset because they don't want to look at it. Well, they bought the lot next to commercial, and I'm really sorry, but I mean, that's kind of a criteria for me, and I think others. If it's commercial, when you bought the land, the people who bought that land have to do what's the code says they can do. I don't know how we can get around that. We can't just do that on a whim.
I understand, and I'm not saying that I'm totally against this used car lot. All I'm saying is I don't agree with Mr. Sperry's assessment that it will have no impact on the value of the houses in the area, because I believe it will have an impact on the value of our property, because we will have a direct view down to it as opposed to what we have a view of today. That's all I'm saying with regard to that. I want to see businesses succeed in Woodland Park. I like the community. I like the town. I like the people.
We have to go by what's presented to us tonight. I hope you understand that, and that report from Mr. Sperry is apparently part of that. So we're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place here. We have to go with what's presented tonight, not our personal feelings or anything. I live in Sunnyglen, not too far from you as well, so does Gary. But we have to go with what's presented tonight and be fair to the other property owners who bought, whether it's commercial or residential. We have to go by the code. Like I said, I do empathize with you. I love our view as well. But I didn't buy next to commercial.
Understand.
Sorry.
Any other questions? John?
It's a beautiful view, and I understand why you appreciate it and don't want to lose it. But have you considered, or would you consider, planting additional trees there to block the parking lot?
The problem is our lot, just a short way outside of our dining room window, drops off. These trees that are here are 30 foot, 35, 40 foot tall. To plant, and this is actually our leach field down here too. So we would be planting at an incline about like that to try and get trees to grow, and that would not be very easy.
Well, the fact that's a location of your leach field is, another challenge or a problem.
Yeah, we couldn't plant down in the flat area because of the leach field issue.
Anybody else?
I have a question for Lisa. So.
Okay.
All right.
Please.
Thank you for
Mr.
your
Kessler,
time.
thank you very much.
Thank you. Has signage been discussed?
Yes, he is planning on refacing the existing sign.
Okay, so there'll be no sign there.
No additional signs. Just the sign that you saw on the very first slide. Actually, that'll just be refaced to include the word sales.
Even any future sign he puts in is going to meet our signing ordinance.
Okay.
Right.
Well, that's just
And that condition's
just
in there.
clarifying. Thank you.
And Lisa, one more question. You also had concern about recreational vehicles, boats, and his question was, does that imply that he needs a different CUP for that?
The category that it's slated under does include recreational vehicles.
It does. Great. Thank you very much. No more questions. We'll move forward. Mr. Arnie Sparnans.
Good evening. I think I'll be relatively quick here. Now, my name's Arnie Sparnans. I reside at 2621 Vista Glen Court, but I am the owner of the residential property that constitutes most of the boundary of the development. So that property at this point is still undeveloped. And the council should have already received my letter of support in their packet, so I won't reiterate that. I just want to reiterate that I appreciate Mac's sensitivity to the adjacent residential properties. I'm happy to see the development moving forward. My input to the city council is to improve the conditional use. Definitely empathetic to the other neighbors with change, but it's something that we all knew, or we all know out there. So very happy with how Max approached it, and I think there's a lot of good efforts in terms of looking at the landscaping, to mitigate the transition to the residential properties. So thank you.
Great, thank you.
Arnie, could you come more often? Your smile is just contagious. Just make me laugh.
Be careful what you ask for.
I know.
Okay, anybody else for public comment on this issue? Okay, if not, we'll close public comment, and if the applicant has anything further to say, we will certainly listen at this time.
Just a closing statement. I think this project makes sense. I think the property to be developed is of little or no use to pretty much anyone but me, being a block off of the highway. I think my record with the city stands on its own, as well as my record with the neighbors as far as trying to comply with any requests and requirements asked of me. And final shot to take a question.
I'm looking at between the road and the parking lot, you just have shrubs. Could
Correct.
those be trees? It's 10
Not if you
feet.
want to see the cars I'm trying to sell.
Well, I know. I'm just trying to accommodate both parties here, because they can't plant trees, and maybe put a couple trees there that would hide a little bit. But looking at the slope, it looks like it's going to be a little higher up regardless, so it wouldn't matter. Just a comment. Thank you.
Anybody else? Mac, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time, you bet. Final questions?
No, I just wanted to move to approve.
Let's see if anyone has a question, and then we'll do that. And Bob, looks like we can do that.
I move to approve ordinance number 1222, subject to the conditions in the staff report.
I'll second. I'll take it. I'll second it.
It's going to cost you.
It'll cost me. Okay.
Correct.
So it's actually the conditions in the revised ordinance that was placed on the dais. Okay.
Yes.
And I'm sorry, we had a second for that?
Yes, we did.
Cindy?
Motion and second. Levy.
Yes.
Matthews.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Rivetto.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks very much. Here's what I think we're going to do. I'd like to keep going and finish Red 11 or 9C, however you're reading it, and then I think we'll take a quick break, and then we'll move on to our discussion about the aquatic project and its whereabouts. So that said, we will move on to Red 11C to approve ordinance number 1223. Sally?
Thank
Welcome.
you. Thank you. This is the Morgan's lot line and utility and drainage easement vacation associated with lots 1 and 2 of Paradise of Colorado, filing number 1, ordinance number 1223. And I would like to introduce to all of you Claire and Chuck Morgan, who will be new residents here in Woodland Park as of this weekend, getting their CO tomorrow for this beautiful new home. And they purchased the lot adjacent to their home. This is an aerial of Lot 2 at 202 Fox Mountain is where the home is being constructed. They purchased the lot adjacent to them, and the yellow line represents the common lot line and the easement that is being proposed to be vacated. Here are some photos of their back of their home that faces Lot 1, and then I've taken a shot in the second photo that shows approximately their backyard, and that yellow line shows Lot 1 to the southwest. So these two lots are being combined. In your packet, there is an exhibit that shows the two lots and the hatched out area between the two lots that will be vacated as a result of your approval of ordinance 1223 this evening after you conduct the public comment. That's all I have. Oh, just that everybody has reviewed this in terms of the utility departments, the staff, and see no objection to this lot line vacation.
When that happens, Sally, we're getting those responses in writing.
Yes, that's
They're
correct.
documented. All right.
Yes.
Thank you.
Just to clarify for the record, there is no physical need to move anything. This is more just clerical.
This is clerical, yes.
Thank you.
Paperwork.
Sally, just curious, did they just move here from Buffalo by chance? Just kidding.
No, Connecticut.
Any other questions? The applicant would like to come forward and say anything, they certainly may. Okay, that's great. Thank you very much. We will open to public comment if there is any public comment. If there's not, we'll close public comment. And if we have any questions from council, if we don't, I'll call for a motion.
I move to approve ordinance number 1223, series 2014, to vacate an interior lot line and associated utility and drainage easement between lots 1 and 2, Paradise of Colorado, filing number 1, with a physical address of 230 Thunder Ridge Drive and 202 Fox Mountain Drive, City of Woodland Park, Teller County, Colorado, as requested by the property owners, Charles and Claire Morgan.
Second. Yeah. We have a second.
I do, a couple of them.
A couple of them.
Matthews.
Yes.
Sawyer.
Yes.
Schaefer.
Yes.
Brvetto.
Yes.
Carlson.
Yes.
Harvey.
Yes.
Levy.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much.
And welcome to Woodland Park.
Yes, I was gonna, just took the words right out of my mouth. Mr. and Mrs. Morgan, welcome, and you know we're always here to help you if you need anything, so you bet, welcome. If we have no objections, then I'd like to take a little break. If we can reconvene at 9:25, we'll get started with the discussion on the aquatic project. Thank you. turned off. All right, let's do that. That's a great way.
You want music?
I guess so. I don't want to go.
Okay, thank you very much. We are going to move on to item 4C, or Red 12. I'm getting this down a little better as we go. And discussion and decision on the location of the Woodland Aquatic Center. I've been looking forward to this discussion, as has all of council. And our big concern tonight is to get as much information, all information that we can possibly get. We want the pros, we want the cons, so that we can make an educated decision tonight, if possible, and so that we can have the aquatic project in the right location. Nothing has been predetermined. There clearly has been some discussion about the location in the DDA, more than, if you will, some of the other locations. That being said, we are very receptive to everybody's comments, and the way I'm going to try to run this is simple. And with the council's approval, here's what I'd like to see. I'd like to have everybody have the opportunity to talk. That said, I'm not going to allow 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 people come up and say the exact same thing. So I hope that's understandable to everybody. And just because 8 of you say the same thing, that doesn't necessarily carry more weight than, if you will, if one person speaks. So we want to get the facts as best we can. We know this is an emotional issue. It's a very important issue for our community. And so we're all eyes and ears, and we really look forward to this discussion. So thanks for being here. I am going to turn it over to Mr. Buddery to start, and then I have a long list of very interested people. So thanks again, and Mr. Buddery.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, folks, for being patient with us for getting through those conditional use permit processes. Those folks waited for a long time to get that business done. Now it's our turn to discuss the Aquatic Center location. I've been involved with the Aquatic Center process since 2005, and I can tell you that we have looked at, over the course of that time frame, 10 or so possible locations. And as the city staff always does with most decisions, we review things, we look at things, we analyze things, and we make recommendations to the city council. And we've done that. Council, my goal this evening is for you to, at the end of this discussion, provide guidance to me for a primary location for the Aquatic Center and a secondary location as well. And I say that only because I don't think we want to put the community through another discussion like this. We certainly can if that's your desire. But if there's a primary location and for whatever reason we can't feasibly do it there, or there are some things that pop up, I'm not sure what they could be, I would like to have a fallback position from you that we can then pursue. So, Mayor, that's my only introduction, is to say that we have looked at lots of places. I suggest that we listen to the community.
I'm sure everyone will agree. Thank you very much. That said, let's start with the first name on the list, and that is Mr. Cord Prettyman.
Cord Prettyman, 1231 Shar West Drive. Thank you for this opportunity tonight, and thank you, Mayor Levy and City Council members, for your service to our community. It's greatly appreciated. Wow, we're going to have a pool. Can you believe it? You old-timers here say that Woodland Park has had pool envy ever since 1935, when Green Mountain Falls built a pool and their outdoor pool. I have a close friend that moved here in 1985, and she was told by her realtor that Woodland Park would have a pool in 2 years. So here we are. I got involved in this process in February of 2010 as the chairman of the Taylor Alliance for Fitness, the Top Fit, and that was a political action group that was formed to deal with ballot issue 1A. And after that occurred in April, we looked to rebrand ourselves, and because nobody else on Top Fit had any idea for names, I coined the phrase Woodland Aquatic Project. I served as the chair of Woodland Aquatic Project for, from April of 2010 through May of 2011. During that time period, I worked closely with Mike Perini of Perini and Associates and Jeff Bivens, and we crafted a Woodland Aquatic Project survey that basically found out what the desires were of our community, how they wanted to pay for them, what amenities they wanted. After the survey was completed, I resigned as chair, but I stayed on the board of directors until October of 2012. During that time, I wrote the application for the 501c3, which was granted to the Woodland Aquatic Project. I have hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars into the effort to bring a swimming pool to Woodland Park. I tell you how much money I put in, but Mrs. Prettyman is at home watching on her computer, and I'd like not to be locked out of the house tonight. I have a lot of skin in the game, but I do not have a horse in the race for location. I'm interested in the public process of how this is done, and that there's a fair look at all the possible sites that we have. We have been promising since the election campaign started in September by email exchanges in the newspapers, and all three, in the Courier Review, in the Jackpot, and in the Gazette. We have been promising on TV and by word of mouth that there would be a public process for input, not only to location, but to amenities. It was used by the Woodland Pool Committee, which I was a member of, and by the Woodland Aquatic Project Board as a marketing tool to convince people they should vote for 2A, and they would have input to location and to amenities. The perception was that there would be some kind of community meeting or some kind of workshop. And as council well knows, a workshop format is a great place for an exchange of ideas and allows council to go away and mull over what's been said and to get feedback. Unfortunately, that's not happening. This is the forum we have, and we're happy to have it tonight. I brought with me the wording for ballot issue 2A, and I know you all know what is in this. I just want to mention and respectfully remind council that no location is mentioned or implied in the wording of ballot issue 2A. The citizens approved $10.1 million with a maximum repayment of $15.4 million solely for the building of an aquatic center. Implicit in that vote is the expectation that you, City Council, our elected representatives, would do due diligence in the selection of the site and oversee the building of the aquatic center to ensure that we, the taxpayers, get the maximum amenities for our money. Nowhere in the wording of ballot issue 2A is it stated or implied that the monies that were approved by the taxpayers could be used as a stimulus fund. Where our expectation is that all the available sites that are looked at stand on their own, and if the ancillary effect is that there's a great economic boom, then that's a wonderful thing. But what our interest was, I believe, was to have the best possible pool built on the best possible location, not only for the citizens of Woodland Park, but for the people that are in our community, surrounding community as well. Since September, when Jerry Simon got me back involved with the marketing of ballot issue 2A, and I had the opportunity to work with Mike Perini, and I think Mike did an incredible job. The ballot issue passed with almost 70% of the vote, and that's definitely a mandate to build a pool. But since September, I've had numerous conversations with council members, present and past, with DDA members, present and past, county commissioners, community leaders, and scores of the general public. There is unfortunately a belief among some that the location decision has been made and tonight is a mere formality. My hope is it's not true, and respectfully, I suggest to council that you come tonight with an open mind and look at all the possible sites that are going to be presented. Anything less could present a public relations problem for City Council, the DDA, and the actual aquatic center itself. I know that the Woodland Aquatic Project is planning a capital campaign, and I think public relations will be a very important part of that. I also think it's important that we maintain future financial support for the Woodland Aquatic Project and goodwill towards Woodland Station. There's evidently going to be 4 sites that will be presented to us tonight. Woodland Station, you know well. You've had 3 months to take a look at Woodland Station. You know, David Buttery and his team has done a great job of giving you an idea of what the costs are of that and what it's going to look like. The Meadowwoods Sports Complex will be presented tonight, and that was the #1 choice of the citizens in the Woodland Park when the WAP survey in 2011. Almost by 3 to 1, it was the #1 choice. Stone Ridge, the entrance to Stone Ridge property owned by Dana Duncan, has come back into offering as well. If you can think back 3.5 years ago, that was front page on the Courier-Review newspaper when the current president for the WAP, Jerry Simon, signed a 3-year option to purchase 3 acres at the intersection of Highway 24 North and Kelly Road, the entrance to Stone Ridge. They had the option for 3 years to purchase 3 acres for $10. I wish I'd gotten that offer for myself. I would have bought it. And I believe the high school was being presented tonight as well. There may be others, I don't know. As a citizen of Woodland Park, I respectfully request that you give each of the presentations tonight serious consideration and ask for further investigation by city staff if you think that is warranted. Undoubtedly tonight, there will be some locations worthy of the same scrutiny as the Woodland Station has received. Only through a fair comparison of benefits versus cost, pros and cons, can the absolute best location for the aquatic project be chosen. Our community has waited decades for a swimming pool. We don't mind waiting a few more months for City Council to go through the selection of the proper location for our pool. I would suggest to you tonight that this is a defining moment for this council. Committing $15.4 million of taxpayer money will likely be the biggest financial decision you'll make during your tenure in office. The Woodland Aquatic Center, the pool, will be a major part of your legacy. We, the citizens, are counting on you, our representatives, to make decisions tonight that are in the best interest of our aquatic center above all other considerations. Thank you for your time and attention. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Gord. Okay, we're going to move on to Mr. Bill 9.
Kurt's going to go first. Is that okay?
That's perfect.
Mayor, we had planned that Bill and I are kind of co-authors of the message that we want to deliver to you, and we sort of co-present
I don't mind the co-presenting, just as long as we're not consistently duplicating the same effort.
That's the whole idea, so that we'll avoid that.
That's why we can't wait to hear what you have to say.
Kurt, would you like for us to pass out what you gave to Cindy?
Yeah, don't have enough copies for everybody in the press, but we'll let him go as far as we can.
I do have.
Mr. Mayor, he has more to say than I do.
I'm sure he does.
that's
I've got just one thing.
Can we plug in a thing here?
Again, we want to honor the process, and this is for everybody that is going to speak. We clearly want to honor the process. That does not mean that you can take an exorbitant amount of time. So let's just try to put the facts on the table the best we can, and we're here to listen. So thank you very much for that consideration.
Thank you. My name is Kurt Grenna. My address is 216 Patricia Point, Woodland Park. My interest here tonight is pursuant to kind of three major things. One is I have been a longtime supporter of the pool project. I, like several of others of my colleagues, have also put many hundreds of hours and thousands of dollars into the project over the last few years. I was the founder, along with Bill Nine and a few others of the TA Fit organization, and we put together the board of directors. It included people like Connie Joyner and Tony Perry and others. I am also the president of the Pikes Peak Regional Medical Center Association. It is a Colorado corporation that has assets of about $20 million and is headquartered in the city of Woodland Park. I say that in the interest of both standing and the fact that we represent a constituency that's intensely interested in this project and has been for a long time. I was asked only about a week and a half ago. I've been sort of watching this with great interest, but not in direct involvement. I was asked about a week and a half ago by several people who felt strongly about the need to properly present the benefits of Meadowood Sports Complex as a location, and they came to me largely because I've been involved and I helped organize the original effort to do this, and asked if I would help articulate their position and express their message, and that's what I'm doing here tonight. So this message is mine, but it is also the message of the people that I've collaborated with to write the letter that you have, and the summary of that letter, which is on one sheet of paper. Neil, I hope you're impressed that I took 5 pages and condensed it into one in the interest of time. I'm not going to even try to go through that in a lot of detail because you can read that. We'll make a couple of summaries of that. Is that going to work? Okay. Clearly, we are advocates. We, the people I'm representing, and probably a lot of people who I don't even know, who would, I believe, tend to agree with us, representing the position that the Meadowood Sports Complex is by far the superior choice for a decision of where to put this thing. We're basing that based on kind of backing off from the thing. There's been a lot of confusion about this advantage and this downside and this upside. We said, wait a minute. Let's go back to what's the goals. You know, in business, I always did this. Start. What's the goal? The goal, I think, was very clear in the beginning, and that is to create a valuable asset for quality of life for our citizens, and that's what they are willing to pay for. And it should be a great enhancement to quality of life in our community. That's the end of the statement, in our opinion. In the last several months, and only in the last several months, a second goal seems to have come up, and that is to, well, why can't we serve that goal and also serve the goal of enhancing the investment in the Downtown Development Authority and Woodland Station? So we've kind of been looking at the pros and cons of those two things, and from a 10,000-foot view, we think it's simply a matter of what's the goal. If the goal is to optimize the value of a quality of life enhancement for families and citizens, and that's all, then it doesn't get into considerations like the additional costs that a DDA location would take, or any risks and that sort of thing. It's not involved in that. So it's two different goals. We're focused on the first. If you could just open the open that, and then open whatever. Can we do some computer things here? So
which one is it, sir?
The first one. Is that right? Yeah. Well, that'll do. Actually, what I had, and I'm not going to sit here and look for it, is a copy of this. But you've got a copy of this, so it's no problem. For people in the audience who don't have a copy of this, there are copies of this available, I think, at the back of the room. And it's a one-page summary of our message to you tonight. And I'm going to try to do this in one page. The things that we see as important are listed as factors here that we think are success factors. I'm real big on success factors. I want to preface this with, there might be a little bit of confusion. We are representing the Meadowood Sports Complex as a location, but also are very sympathetic and interested in the Dana Duncan property. In our opinion, the two go together. The people who originally negotiated that deal, myself included, viewed those as being similar enough and close together enough that there be an opportunity for integrating those two properties to say it's kind of both. Now, exactly how that would be done, I don't know, because there's no point in trying to do that detailed planning until we get a little further in decision making. But they are close together. It's very feasible to put a walking path between them. There will soon be a road, a second access to Meadowood Park that comes in from that location. And sort of consider those together. So my advocacy and our advocacy is for both, just to be clear. And since that only increases the cost by $10, we thought that would be fair. Some of the points on here, again, one, concept level planning and feasibility work is done. We've done a lot of work on this some years ago. We didn't spend quite as much money as you all did on the second phase, but we got a really nice concept design, and we used that to go out and solicit cost estimates from contractors, 2 different contractors who were qualified in this area, visited a lot of the pools in the location, looking at operating costs and so on, and became fairly happy with this plan. And again, this plan is subject to enhancement, but at least we had something to change as opposed to having hand waving. And the features of that, of course, are what we're talking about. The rest of this is family friendly in a multi-sports venue. We love Meadowood Sports Complex. It is just a jewel of an asset for the city. The people who conceived that and have been nurturing it over the years, especially David Buttery, get great kudos for keeping that thing as pristine as it is, because I'm sure there are plenty of challenges to that as time goes on. We like that. We think we should enhance that this investment would enhance it not only by the value of the investment, but even more than that because of the synergistic value. The ability to have family-friendly events where a family goes and one child goes one way, another child goes over there, and dad goes to play tennis and mom goes to the swimming pool. It's just an appealing scenario. Now, not everybody will do that every time, but that ambiance is just terribly attractive to the whole thing, and in fact will happen very often, as it happens today. One person goes to soccer, one person plays baseball, and so on. This will enhance that by an order of magnitude, we're sure. Even more, because part of the synergistic value is we believe, and from the original plan, we put an extra large locker room in this area because we were aware that the other organizations that use the space in Meadowood Sports Complex are dying for, maybe I shouldn't use that term, are anxious to have a place for a safety shelter and a locker room. As you know, you can be out there on that ball field and a thunderstorm comes up within 3 or 4 minutes, and they're really interested in us being able to offer this plan, being able to offer a large locker room and safety area that comes with. So it's an added value for them for no cost, and it's already in the budget for this cost. So again, a synergistic value. We love the Colorado-inspired setting of this thing. As you know, people move here because it's a verdant forest and mountains and high altitude and lakes and streams and walking paths, and that's why I came here, or much of the reason why I came here. The Meadowood Sports Complex it fits in there like hand in glove. We think that a center city location surrounded by city streets and traffic lights is not nearly as strong in that. It does have a nice view of Pikes Peak, but only after you look over about 50 metal roofs of the mobile home park that's in the way. By the way, I have nothing against mobile home parks. If I hadn't had a mobile home, I would not have made it through college, so I'm very sympathetic to that whole notion. Some of you probably think I didn't make it through college, right? But nonetheless, that's not, one gets a 2-star rating, one gets a 5-star rating. I think most people would have a hard time arguing against that notion. Traffic, getting into downtown, sometimes no problem. Sometimes, come on, Friday afternoon, Sunday afternoon, it's down, just almost impossible. Have you gone to the hardware store and then tried to leave the hardware store and turn west on Highway 24? Can't do it. You got to go over to the traffic light, which is okay. But now we're going to compound that some more. So the ease of access is, I mean, compared to the big city, hey, we don't have any traffic problems. But in terms of relative benefit, Meadowood Park gets a 5, downtown gets a 2 at best in our assessment. That's not compelling by itself, but it adds on to the list. And it'll add on to the list every single time that you go there and get reminded of the decision to put it in the midst of a city. It's not a one-time thing. So, bottom line is, this fits into a recreational park, a multi-use recreational park, hand in glove. It does not fit into a center city business district nearly as well. Fits, yeah, but I've never seen one of these. I've never seen a swimming pool right in the middle of a city center, and I wonder why that is. I haven't done a complete survey. Perhaps you have. To move it out of Meadowood Park, which was the plan for 4 years, through 4 years, to Center City means major compromises to the goal. Remember the goal? Quality of life for citizens. That's all. That means the verdant environment, the multi-use, the family, the ability to do several things all at once. All those things is what I'm talking about. Those are badly compromised. If the pool is taken away from that multi-sport facility and stuck downtown next to the hardware store, that's a compromise in what I think the people are expecting from a family and citizen-oriented investment. Huge investment. Wonderful investment. Okay. We also want to talk about, that's all summarized on this sheet. We also want to talk briefly about why we are very concerned and very afraid of the DDA location. And again, this isn't solely to trash the DDA idea. It's simply that as citizens who have been working on this and spent thousands of dollars and hundreds of hours on it for many years, we're concerned that this is a dangerous decision, that it'll have effects that are negative to the Aquatic Center and its realization of its goal. We think it'll have effects that will be negative to the Downtown Development Authority, and we can explain that later if you like. That's dangerous. It adds risk, it adds cost, it takes away benefits, and we're having a hard time seeing beyond that other than the desire to funnel more money into the Downtown Development Authority. So I'm not an authority on any of this. Bill Nye knows a lot more about it. He is a business person who owns a business in the Downtown Development Authority, so I'd like to ask him to kind of summarize that for us.
Thanks, Kurt. Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name's Bill Nye. I live at 1B Kendora Lane, which is outside the city limits, barely. But I do own a business, own property. My wife also owns a business and property inside the city of Woodland Park. Appreciate your time and allowing us to speak here tonight. I would like to congratulate you, first of all, on the passing of the 2A to fund the Aquatic Center. Finally, I think my wife and I moved up here in 1980 with no kids. We now have 3 kids and 9 grandkids and 2 more on the way. But we haven't gotten any older during that time frame. So, but I do appreciate that they'll be growing up with that amenity here in the city of Woodland Park. And I do appreciate that and the effort and work you put into that, Mark or David. I'm sorry, whatever your name is.
Yeah.
But I do appreciate it, David. It's a good job. Anyways, just to Kurt saddled me with putting forth some of the negatives. So I was like, no, wait a minute, you get to put all the positives out there. I get to take the negatives. So anyways, Kurt mentioned before the access off Highway 24. I think any of us that have driven 24 during the summertime when the tourists are here, or during the weekends when, or during ski season, or when tree viewing season is up and the aspens are turning, 24 can be a nightmare. I know we've all experienced it, and I live north on 67, so I avoid 24 at all costs on the weekends, especially during the summer and the fall. That concerns me as to accessibility, the ease of accessibility. We know from experience that we pour a lot of people into Meadowood Park. The people on that road probably don't care for it that live on the road, but we do have a lot of traffic there, and this is not going to add necessarily a whole lot of traffic onto Evergreen, plus the fact that we are going to be adding a secondary road into Meadowood Park at some point in time as the development of Stonegate. Is it Stonegate or Stonebriar? Stone Ridge. Okay, that's something like that. Anyways, so there is an easier access into Meadowood Park, in my opinion. The other thing that concerns me is the cost of the acquisition of the land and development of the project. We funded the $10.1 million in the bonds through the Proposition 2A. As much of that as is possible that can go into the facility itself, I would like to see that happen rather than having to acquire the land, build additional infrastructure. I would really like to see as much of that money as possible go into the building of the facility itself. The other thing that concerns me, especially being a business member and a building owner inside the DDA district, I'm concerned that we're taking a huge portion of the land in the DDA area. We're converting that into non-taxable property because this building, this land, this parking lot will not generate any property tax, personal property tax, very little sales tax revenue, if any. I don't know what that would be. But it concerns me that in funding the DDA, the TIF requirements, the TIF financing, how that works, my understanding when we went into this back in, I believe it was 2002, was that commercial development is what was going to drive the property taxes from commercial development is what was going to drive the funding of this area. And it appears to me that we're carving out 35% of that area that will not generate those property tax revenues. The other thing that I've heard rumor, I don't know that this is true, that there have been another nonprofit who was interested in property in that area that I don't know if this is true or not. I've just heard this. That was turned down for buying property in there, which makes sense to me because it seems to me that that needs to be revenue-producing property for the city and for the DDA in order for them to accomplish their financing goals. So that's all I have. I appreciate your time. If you have any questions, we'd be glad to answer.
Yeah, and I think we do. And I think the process will, since you're kind of the spokesman, if I'm not mistaken, for Meadowood, I think we'll ask questions of you now, and then we'll move forward if that's okay. And if we find that we need to come back and revisit something, I will certainly allow that later. Is that fair?
Sure.
Great. Who would like to start?
Well, a question I had is, where at Meadowood Park did you envision the project going? In an existing playing field?
No, first of all, clearly there's some flexibility in that because it's not built yet. But we did address that question very specifically and laid out a tentative plan. And what we saw as one possibility for a very nice site and explored in some detail. In fact, we did our cost estimates based on it. Was if you've looked at the plan that's on David Buttery's wall, it has a big circle. And it's divided into 4 slices of pies. The northwest corner of that, which is currently marked as an additional baseball mini field, or I'm not sure what the term is, mini baseball field, is where we thought it would fit in its entirety without encroaching beyond it. That, of course, would mean the reduction of one slot in the baseball thing, and then we said, well, okay, but it's multi-use, isn't it? It's not a baseball park, it's a multi-use park.
I'm sorry, yeah, just point that.
Yes.
Thanks, Dave.
Yeah, and so we looked at, I thought it's been a while since I looked at it. It's one of those two slices. I think that's that top slice, wasn't it, David? Yeah.
Well, it was kind of in this area, Kurt.
Okay.
My recollection.
Okay. The idea was to take no more than one of the pie slices, and it fit easily in there, including our fairly ambitious plans for a fairly large recreational plaza in addition to the pool itself, because we thought a big public use area is really needed in this area. In fact, it'd be a revenue-generating opportunity. If you got groups and corporate groups that wanted to use it in the evening or something, you could charge them for using that. I don't think that's going to be a cost decider for us, but it's interesting. In any case, that's a long answer to your short question. Sorry.
And Dave, just for clarification for the audience, what would be the cost to us for that land?
Oh, it would be free.
Thank you.
There's no question.
Piggybacking on that comment, the money that's saved not buying the land, in your view, what additional amenities and things does that buy in the facility?
Well,
if you can look at it that way.
Yeah, I think you can look at it that way, and we don't have a solid position on that, Ken. When we did our cost estimates of this, we finished with about a $5 million cost estimate for the project. That included zero for land cost, as David has pointed out, and very little for infrastructure costs. Some, of course, because you got to bring some utilities in, that sort of thing, but very little. So what that says is, that's a difference between the two projects. We estimate that project, with some help from people who know about these things, to be in the order of $1 million. $500,000 in payment from the city to the DDA and other enterprises for the acquisition of the land, and at least another $500,000 for infrastructure costs on top of that. So our estimate, and we don't have access to the resources that you'd have for doing those things, but trying to do an educated guess with people who know about such things, we think the cost of that is about $1 million. So now your question is, what can we do with $1 million? One thing is to add more pool lanes. I think the plan in the DDA has more lanes than this one does, and this one we fought with the notion of, is it qualified as Olympic standard? And if it's not Olympic standard, then it can't be used for regional competitions and tournaments. And we really need to do that to encourage tournament traffic. And so
Kurt, let me just correct something real quick.
Make that important. Yes, sir.
And not to argue, but just for clarification, there was never an intent to make it an Olympic-sized pool, but only to fit the Colorado High School Sports Association rules, which would be a minimum of 6 lanes, 25 yards. Olympic standards, typically 8, minimum 50 meters in length. So if the intent was to adjust this so it could have regional tournaments and competition, I think you're thinking of high school level, not Olympic level. Is that true?
We're saying the same thing and using different words, and I'm using the wrong words.
Which is why I'm here to help.
Thank you.
You bet, Mark.
Although it does bring up an interesting point, because there were some discussions with the Colorado-based Olympic Committee and say, gee, wouldn't you like to have even higher altitude training and maybe competition area and so on? That never went beyond table talk, but I think it's an interesting idea, isn't it? Anything else?
So would the location of the pool displace some other plans for facilities there at Meadowood Park?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Okay.
And if I could, just for point of kind of a reference, do you see in the upper portion of the complex, you see a white piece of paper with some dimensions? That's roughly the dimensions of the aquatic center concept plan that we have now. Not Kurt's, but the one that we've presented to the public. That doesn't include parking. That's just the building with all the things in it. The 6-lane lap pool, the leisure pool, the hot tub, the deck, the changing rooms, etc. So that is a representative area. And if you try to overlay that, I think it would take up more than one of the quads of the baseball fields, but just barely, probably. But I do think it has an impact on the master plan for Meadowood. Those fields are intended to expand the Little League play, 220-foot ball fields that would allow for not swimming tournaments, but for baseball tournaments. Right. One of my concerns is Kavanaugh Field, which is owned by the Catholic Church. We lost one of those fields. Through an agreement with the church, we could use the 3 fields that were there. One of those went away when they built the new church. We don't control Kavanaugh Field. For now, we do have some control over this. The other location that this could occur on is the future soccer field, which is north of the existing soccer field. So that's in that area. That's not yet been built. We think that there's could be a need for additional soccer fields there for practicing and for tournaments. The only other places that it could, I think, occur here would consume some of the parking that's not yet built. But if we build out this facility, the other parking requirements will absolutely be there.
Could I ask just a quick question for clarification? Is that space that you show just the building or the building and that green land around it?
No, this is just the building.
Just the building, okay, thank you.
Just the building, no parking though. And I agree that there could be shared parking depending on where it's done. This parking doesn't exist, nor does this, and nor does this. But this is kind of would be an entryway feature into this whole complex.
This brings up what I think is a really cool aspect of this. Our relationship with Dana Duncan started because of his interest in. Is Dana here tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, there he is. So I don't want to speak out. If I say something wrong, you jump on me. His interest in the pool itself and sympathy for that going back many years, and that because of that leverage of using this location, Dana was generous enough to step up to say, well, I can play a part in this. Now, remember I said we'd like to integrate the two? We're throwing another 3 acres on top of this. So I think some minds as bright as David's could figure out some creative way to make this all fit and maybe not give up anything.
Because you're blending Meadowood Sports Complex and Dana's property, may I kind of continue the discussion? Dana, my recollection was the land wasn't adjacent to this that you were considering contributing. If that's changed, then that kind of sheds a whole nother light. My recollection was the land was north of the roundabout, kind of in that area.
Yes, closer to the actual full motion interchange right there at Kelly's Road.
Correct. And so about how far is from this northern edge to that location? I mean, it's not a hop, skip, and a jump. It's a
bicycle ride.
Sure.
As the crow flies, though, it makes creative minds think about, gee, could we have a bicycle walking path between them and sort of integrate them in some ways?
Sure.
And I mean, you wouldn't want to go between innings from one to the other, but in terms of adding more capability at no cost and not having to give up the vision of the overall plan, I think that's certainly in the offing, and for $1 million less cost.
Well, the only thing I would say, Kurt, is this is a good presentation in terms of what you believe subjectively, and the group that you're representing believes subjectively are the pros and cons. But I wouldn't include Mr. Duncan's property. That's a little presumptuous unless Mr. Duncan is here tonight to make a presentation about his piece of property. So your focus is on Meadowood Park only, correct?
Well, not really. It's on Meadowood Park. But we think the icing on the cake is the possibilities offered by Mr. Duncan's property, and we have confirmed with him recently that that's still in play.
If Mr. Duncan makes that presentation tonight, then we'll take it into consideration. Thank you.
Shoot me.
It is.
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Come on up here.
Bob, let's hold on.
No, okay, sorry.
Bob?
Thank you. Yeah, I think we need to address one of the access problems was that you get a lot of traffic already along that residential street, and I'm sure the neighbors are not happy with that. And you alluded to a second alternative route, and hopefully when Dana talks about this maybe we'll talk about that second route too.
That's clearly a consideration, and wherever you go, we're going to have more traffic to it. It turns out that an aquatic center isn't a real high traffic and high peak traffic thing unless you're having a big tournament. The second road helps mitigate that, and yes, I think I've heard from some of the residents along that who says we love the plan, we don't want any more traffic. Well, there's no surprise there. Just for the record, I live at the end of that street. I drive up and down it 4 or 5 times a day over the speed bumps, which don't exist if you're going the speed limit. I won't say whether I go the speed limit or not. And I think that I've had some criticisms from my own neighbor, like, what? We want more traffic out there? It's like, hey, come on, it's for the good.
Go ahead, Ken.
Ken, could you put your microphone down so that everybody can hear you?
I need some clarification on Dana's and that property. Is it just an access, or is there something else going to be going on his property? Is it just another way to drive in? I guess I'm not clear on what you're presenting.
The plan, Dana's going to have to talk about this. The plan was to actually put some kind of facility on the property, and then there would be additional connection with the road that's already in plan, and the possibility of a path in addition to that. And that's just a possibility. It's only speculation.
You say some kind of facility, like would it relate
like
to
an aquatic center or a ball field? I don't know. I mean, Dana's going to dictate the terms of this, and so I don't know. But with everybody, this is a little fluid, but it's a damned attractive that we have to look at it. And to avoid the downside of losing those benefits in the DDA, the additional $1 million cost and increasing our footprint for recreation for no cost, wow, that gets my attention.
Let me
the details I don't know.
But you're talking about the aquatic center either on Dana's property or?
That's right.
Sport. Okay, I didn't understand that at first.
That's right. I and the people I represent, I think, lean heavily toward having the aquatic center on the same property, but it's not that big a deal.
If I could just very quickly talk about the secondary access, because I thought that was part of your question as well. When Stone Ridge was developed, Dana actually owned to about right here. And at the time this was developed on Highway 67, the city owned about 3 acres. So my predecessor negotiated with Dana for him to contribute his open space requirement, which is part of a subdivision development, to consolidate that open space requirement for the most part and donate this part to the city as part of his open space requirement. As part of that process, Dana also received that, I think it was about 3 acres, Dana, that was off of 67, so he could have a more contiguous polygon of property to develop. As part of that, this road that comes, if you come off of Highway 67 into Stone Ridge, you go through a roundabout, you go past Ptarmigan, and then Snowshoe Court, and you come to a dead end. That dead end eventually will circulate through here and come out onto Evergreen Heights Drive. So this road right now, I think it's an old Forest Service road that's just gravel, and it's not access. There's actually a gate about right here that prevents circulation. Folks use it for walking, for biking and those kinds of things, snowshoeing, cross-country skiing, etc. But the plan absolutely was at some point in the future to connect this with perhaps a sidewalk, perhaps a parallel trail to have some circulation in this whole area. Don't know when the plan is for that. It's probably moved slower than all of us had hoped it would.
Thank you.
David, the other question I had, Mr. Grenna has talked about this $1 million cost for purchasing the property in the Woodland Station and the infrastructure related. There will be infrastructure costs related with any project, correct? Just by putting it in Meadowood Park does not negate the cost of infrastructure. But could you talk to the other part of that in terms of the exchange of funding if we do in fact decide to use the Woodland Station location?
Absolutely, and I believe Kurt is correct that the infrastructure costs in Woodland Station will exceed what it would at Meadowood Sports Complex. That's just intuitively thinking. We've not run any numbers. I know what the general costs will be in the Woodland Station area. Here, I know we would have consider extending water mains, extending sewer, extending gas and electric. So that part I don't have a good handle on. I don't know that it would be $1 million less. I don't know that. So to answer your question, the initial discussions that we've had with the DDA would look something like this. We would, as the city, buy about 3 acres in the Woodland Station area. About 3 acres. Not sure if it's 2, not sure if it's 3.5, but about 3. We would do that for $100,000 cash. And I'll talk about what that cash would be used for in just a moment. We've done an independent appraisal of that property. I don't remember, CBRE, I think was the name of the company out of Colorado Springs, that we've never done any work with before. They did an independent appraisal of that land, and it appraised at about $375 a square foot. If you apply that to 3 acres, the total comes out to about $469,000, I believe. So we would pay $100,000 cash to the DDA, and then recall that the DDA has a $1 million debt to the city, not to Vectra, but to the city from 2007. That delta, the 369, would be used to reduce that debt that the DDA owes the city. The $100,000 the DDA would use to purchase, we hope, some additional land on the perimeter of the Woodland Station property that would allow for a connection, an east-west connection through the Woodland Station property to West Street. As you know, West Street does have a signal light, so it addresses some of the circulation issues that Kurt and Bill have talked about, rightly so. But so there's secondary and tertiary effects of placing this aquatic center from a infrastructure perspective and also from a circulation perspective. There's no doubt that it will enhance the strength of the Woodland Station project. There's no doubt that it will enhance the DDA's movement forward in that area. And there's no doubt, at least in my mind, that it will also help the city to have it in that location. But those are the numbers associated with the land acquisition. The infrastructure work, to be determined. I mean, there's some drainage issues that we have there. There will be some water main extensions, albeit relatively short. There's some sewer issues that we will have to address, albeit less than perhaps what it would be out here. I don't have an apples-to-apples comparison to give you. It's just instinctively what I think, that Woodland Station will cost more from an infrastructure perspective. I just don't know how much more. What I can also tell you is that you're very aware that we have multiple sources of funding. And I'm very sensitive to making sure that we do get, as Cord asked us to do, the best product for the community for the dollar. That doesn't necessarily mean that we spend the least amount of money. It's just like when we bid a contract. We don't have to go like the federal government does for the lowest bidder. We get the best value. And that best value is sometimes determined over a long period of time. So when Cord talks about getting the best bang for our buck, I absolutely agree with that. The infrastructure costs in the Woodland Station area could be $1 million, could be $1.5 million. We just don't know yet because we haven't done that engineering. And that too was a long answer to your short question.
I think that follow on what you said, with the general fund, we're going to try to spend as much as available general fund as we can on the aquatic project. The associated infrastructure is coming out of the Street 410 account. And so just because we put the building itself somewhere else, it's still limited by the amount that the general fund has available. So basically the amenities of this facility, no matter where it's located, would be dictated by the footprint, that design of the concept of the aquatic center itself. That's not to say that sometime in the future, as more funds become available, whatever, we might be able to expand some on that. But at the present, I don't think siting has any difference as far as the square footage of the building and the cost of that building is concerned. Thank you.
Anybody else for Kurt and Bill? I've just got
a question in
you
regard
may.
to that. If we're using the street fund monies to do the infrastructure development in there, how does that impact the rest of the city streets?
Over the years, Bill, the street fund has in the last 5 years particularly, has gotten fairly healthy because remember our streets didn't, and you were here,
We didn't have streets.
started being paved in 93, 94, 95. And so after the streets were paved, then the vast majority of the street fund went to major capital projects on U.S. Highway 24 and then on State Highway 67. Those finished up in about 2005, 2006, 2007, that rough time frame. So since then, Bill Alsbach has put together a pavement management plan, very scientifically based approach to maintaining our city streets. We've been able to tackle about $400,000 a year of city street overlay, chip and seal, maintenance, and even with that expenditure, we've been able to save some. So we've been saving a lot of 410 money, and so we have the ability to pay cash for some of the infrastructure improvements, no matter where this project goes, so that we can then reduce the total debt so the general fund can be spent more for, as was said, the building and the amenities. So even as I look 20 years into the future, we never reduced the amount of money that we were going to spend on street improvements or drainage improvements associated with the streets.
Just a question.
No, this is why we're having this discussion.
Go ahead, Gary.
I'm thinking about, if we do move it in the Meadowwood Arena there, I want to talk about parking for just a second. If we have like 3 baseball games going on at the same time, a lot of families there, and we have that pool there, is that going to be enough parking available for everybody? I know it doesn't happen every day, but there's going to be times you're going to have tournaments there. That parking lot's going to fill up pretty quick.
That's a real important question, and we looked at that some time ago, and we figured, the traffic into the pool is not terribly cyclic. People go from 5 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night if it's open, and if you had a tournament at the pool, it would probably not be wise to schedule that on the same weekend as 3 baseball tournaments. But I think that would be totally under our control, Gary. So I see the problem, and I think that's not a big deal.
And the other concern I had too is that you mentioned the neighbors in the area. They got to be of some concern too, because traffic will increase on their road, and is that something they want and something that they would,
Let me speak to some of
I don't know.
the numbers. The Woodland Aquatic Project did a business plan, and I believe their estimate was that the average daily use of the pool would be about 130 people. That's average. That 130, it's 120 people per day. And if we think about parking requirements for that type of use, that translates to about 30 parking spaces. So it's not a huge number of spaces. So to me, the parking issue out here won't be significantly impacted if the aquatic center went there. And the timing associated with the different tournaments, swim meets happen different. My daughter swam for 4 years for Manitou, so we would go to swim meets year round. So they're really scattered out. So even the off chance of a baseball tournament being scheduled there at the same time is probably rare. What I can tell you is the master plan calls for the construction of significantly more parking. But even now, when we have huge events out there, and we have had events out there where there's been all of the fields have been used, people would park along Evergreen Heights Drive. So I don't think the parking out there, to me, is a huge issue. It's something that has to be considered absolutely, but I don't see it as a showstopper.
I agree with that. I've actually talked, this is a totally non-scientific anecdotal report, but I've talked to, through my wife probably, and a network maybe 10 of the people who live along there. Actually, there's very few people who live on Evergreen Heights. I don't know how many, almost none. The fire station is there, but there's very few Evergreen Heights addresses. They're on the streets that are adjacent to Evergreen Heights. And of course, they're impacted also because they use Evergreen Heights for access. And nobody likes more traffic. I will confront that because I drive the entire length of that street every time I go anywhere. I think that with the considerations that David has pointed out for you and the addition of a second access, that the traffic for those people will probably go down instead of up. Because of the road, not because of the aquatic center. I'm not trying to take extra
Well, the
credit.
exception of the people who are on that new access road, they'll have more traffic.
Yeah, yes, but kind of the who was there first. There's nobody on that street yet, and so they'll be buying a known quantity, won't they?
Yeah,
Point of order.
For whatever that's worth.
Go ahead, Bob.
We have a very long list of people.
Yes, we do.
Yeah.
And we need to get to some other points of view.
And we will.
Certainly, we've heard all your arguments.
Understood.
And at some point, we will address all of those.
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, I would be interested in just a couple of sentences of follow-up comments, but I'd be content to do that after the other people have spoken, if that'd be okay.
I think that might be okay. I've got one question for you. Smart guys, both of you business guys. I put some value, I probably put more value than you based on your matrix here, on the economic development part of having that aquatic project in the DDA and the number of people that go by, the synergy along with others in that, plus the synergy with people on Main Street. Can you speak to that a little bit? Because clearly we think totally different in that regard.
Yeah, I can, and we do have different opinions on that. I've tried to back up my opinion with just a little bit of research, and so between Bill and I have talked to probably 10 of the present owners right in that, property owners right in that business district. None wants it there. None wants the pool there. Now, those people are always a little reluctant to go on record, but if you ask them privately, that's what they'll tell you. I mean, they don't want to alienate city council or their customers or anything else by taking a position, but they don't want it there. Now I have to ask why. Hey, it's going to bring all kinds of new traffic, and I think that that's absolutely wrong. People don't do drive-by stops at a swimming pool. Maybe when you never say never, but 1 in 1,000 people will be driving to Buena Vista and say, "Hey, there's a pool. Let's go swimming." It doesn't happen, and people coming downtown from the area or Florissant or Divide or Manitou to go to a swimming sports event where they play a little tennis and they do a little swimming and they have a little picnic. They don't then go and buy hardware. Never say never. But it's not a common thing. That's why you don't see swimming pools in the middle of a district. My final point, Mr. Mayor, is that there's been a fair amount of sympathy to that idea of this being a magnet. A lot of sympathy, because apparently the advocates think that the magnet effect will be greater economically than a loss of 1/3 of the TIF revenue. Whoa, that's a lot of magnet effect. My question then is, where's the evidence that shows that might be true? Other than the intuition of some people who are no way qualified to make that assessment, including me, where's the evidence that works? Does Leadville get a whole bunch of business? You know what I'm saying. Let's have some evidence before we make a $15 gamble. Jeez.
Okay, thank you two very much. I appreciate it. You bet. John DeVoe.
That's a good act to follow.
You've done it before.
Gentlemen, ladies, staff, council. John DeVoe, 940 East Kelly's Road. And I have a business in the downtown, and I want the pool there.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. You want the pool?
I want the pool there. I want the pool in the downtown. Okay. I take exception to being scared about the dangerous DDA, which is the only game in town, and I can add up $30 million worth of new assets. And the DDA doesn't need the pool down there to exist. Having the pool downtown will help the downtown. It's not going to help the DDA. That's not the intent of it. Okay. What do these cities have in common? Manitou Springs, Salida, Breckenridge, Monument. What do they have in common? All of their swimming pools are downtown, city center. Salida, right on 50, right where all the motels, hotels, everything going on is. Breckenridge, right in the middle of downtown. Manitou, right off 24, right there as you go on Manitou Ave. Monument, where's the YMCA? Right in the middle of all the retail. That's where it is. Why do they do that? Why don't they have them out in the boonies somewhere? Because it's the synergy, it's the income tax, not the income tax, but the sales tax it creates. You know, our downtown there with the parking going to be a problem? Sure. But the more parking we have, go to Estes Park. Is there a traffic jam there probably every weekend in the summer? You darn right. But you know who likes that? The merchants that are there and the people that stop there and shop. Okay? I don't... Mr. Nine says, well, he tries to avoid 24. Well, you know, I'd like people to come on 24. They stop in my shop. I average 200 people a day in the summertime. Thank goodness for all those tourists that stop by. Traffic problems? The only traffic problem we have on 24 is it's too fast. It's not too many cars. It's too fast. And the city is already doing a study for an alternate route to be able to offload some of that stuff. Those things are already in the works to do. You've got a potential bowling alley and what's the word I'm looking for? Entertainment center there. You've got the swimming pool that would go there. You've got the
beer garden.
Beer garden. Excuse me?
Beer garden.
You got the beer garden that's there. You've got the dinosaur museum that's there. All those things are there. They're promoting that synergy in downtown. You see it when you go by. We want people to stop. We want the hotels looking for expansion. We want that to take place. We want people to come here for a weekend and not just do the stop and go on. And that's how we're going to have people coming here. And just like, you know, from September through May, who's going to play tennis and have a picnic outside in Meadowwood? Maybe if it's got a dome over the top of it. But for 9 months of the year, I'm sorry, you're outside and it's cold sport. That's how that happens there. Okay, and we can call it a magical, whimsical place, but it's a swimming pool, and the one that's designed for Meadowwood doesn't even have enough lanes to qualify for the high school to swim there. They need 6 lanes as a minimum, 25 yards, as I recall Mr. Buttery saying. So we need that downtown. It's good for us. It's good for this city. It's good to be a destination place. We've talked about a destination place for how long? Trying to get people to stop on the way through town. And it's working. It's absolutely working. All of it's going to be an incubator downtown to put in all of those extra features. And why? Because it's going to generate sales tax. And sales tax is what this city lives off of. It sure doesn't live off of property tax. It just doesn't. So we got to work on those things. There's good ideas about going out to Meadowwood, but if there's a new restaurant that wants to come in, or maybe Arden Weatherford's project with all the different places down there, you going to build that in Meadowwood? Does zoning allow us to have different facilities there that are going to accompany that we're hoping that that's going to generate for us? No. It just won't happen. Okay? And this is not going to be an easy thing for you guys and gals to try to figure out what to do, where to go with this plan. But there's a lot of good reasons to put it where it's at. It's not going to cost, I mean, the DDA has already looked at what the total impact is for cost and what's involved with that. The DDA is solvent, it's strong, and as I say again, just look at what's in there. We've got $19 million worth of new apartments going up. We've got a $3 million dinosaur museum. We've got a $3 million tractor supply. We got a $3 million Woodland station, Woodland Hardware. And you go on, it's the beer joint, and, sorry, Big O Tire, Bill Page, the new theater, and the new project he's got. That's not a dangerous organization, I'm sorry. And I don't like the implication, because it doesn't need to be there. Doesn't mean that Metalwood isn't a good spot. And doesn't mean some of the other spots. School was a good spot. It's going to be hard for you folks to decide which one to go to.
Thanks, John. Let me just ask you one question.
I get an hour and 5 is what
It was just over. To help fulfill David's request, in just one or two words, second location in your estimation.
The 5 acres next to Columbine Elementary, or the couple acres by the high school.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
All right.
Any other questions of John before we move on? Thanks very much, John.
It was either convincing or they just don't want to talk to me. Thank you.
They want to hear everybody else. Thank you very much. Al Bourne.
Thank you. Being that Mr. Brennan and Mr. Nine had presented stuff on Meadowwood, would it, and Mr. Duncan's...
Al, do me a favor. Would you just come up to the mic? I'm sorry.
Mr. Mayor, members of council and staff, Al Bourne, 704 Woodland Avenue. What I was alluding to was to defer me and allow Mr. Duncan to come ahead so as to complete the Meadowwood project. Is that important, or shall I just go?
Go ahead. I think you're good to go.
And it's fortuitous, too, that I'm right after Mr. DeVoe, because much of the thoughts that I have, too, with regards to the downtown Development Authority's position there in Woodland Station is that that's a good spot for it, for a lot of synergy with the associated business. I'll kind of give you a scenario that might work. One, it allows a multiple of recreational venues in a very small proximity. A family can come. Some members may want to swim. Others may want to participate in the family recreation center. That's also a distinct possibility to go in adjacent to that area. The scenario could be, mom gets frustrated at home, says, Dad, take the kids and take them swimming. Well, one of them doesn't want to go swimming, so he can go to the other place. Others can go swimming, and Dad can say, okay, I don't want to swim and I don't want to play foosball, so I'll go to the beer garden and watch it on TV, the game that I wanted to watch anyway. So it takes care of all of those kinds of venues. Then you mix with that a concept that perhaps we could develop a pathway for foot traffic, maybe for golf carts from the Country Inn, in and around or through Gold Hill South, down into the Aquatic Center area, and potentially even connect with the trail that goes down towards Trail Ridge Apartments, so that now we've got off-street walking capabilities so that people can move back and forth. And now this, because there's a lot of folks in that area, they would be able to participate in there with fairly easy access to it. Other people could walk across the street and participate in some of the activities that go on along the north side of Highway 24. You know, mom may not want to go swimming, but she wants to go to the beauty parlor while the kids are at the aquatic center or at the family resource center. Basically, that's where I wanted to be on this at this particular point in time, too, because I've been counseled and told by a wise person with a long beard that a good presentation has a beginning and it has an end, and they should be fairly close together. Thank you for the opportunity.
Appreciate it, Al. Thank you very much. I hope everyone heard that.
Kurt, hey, you hear
that? Vera Egbert.
Vera Egbert, 250 Laura Lane. Council, Mayor, thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Lots of good words have been spoken here tonight, lots of ideas to throw out there. You guys have a lot to consider. I'm going to give you a little bit different perspective. Since I started with, I've been with People's Bank for 9 years now, but when we built the branch up here, I got really involved with a lot of things in the community so that I could build that branch from a zero balance. It was a big thing to do, so it really caused me to get more involved in the community that I'd been living in at that point for about 17 years, 18 years. So it gave me an opportunity to really get involved in the community and to be to meet more people and to do what I needed to do at the bank. So by doing that, I was involved with Woodland Retail Alliance. A lot of folks remember it, some folks don't. It was an organization that came about to help represent retailers to bring more business. One of the things that was very, very apparent then and even more so today is our downtown does not reach our citizens. Our citizens don't support our downtown folks. We really try to rely on the folks coming through, but we know with the traffic we're not capturing those. So my perspective on having the Aquatic Center downtown is that that's going to get our community people down there and give them the opportunity to see some of the gems that we have in our downtown area. We're not reaching them any other way. And so that's why I think it's a really important consideration for us to take beyond some of the other wonderful things that were spoken about today. I would say as a second choice, I would say Meadowood. But I don't like the idea of taking away some of the master plan items from that. So my first choice would absolutely be downtown. And that's probably the biggest thing that I want to bring to the table as thoughts. And other people are going to bring other points. So I'm going to stop there.
Thanks, Vera. Thank you very much. You did take John's advice, or Al's advice. Okay, next I have the Honorable Gary Crane is here with us tonight. Welcome, Mayor.
Thank you. Gary Crane, 2881 Sunnywood Avenue. Mr. Mayor, members of council, members of staff, it's really nice to be standing before you here this evening. And I certainly wouldn't have missed Cindy's last meeting. We do love you. At the risk of being too redundant, because I have similar feelings of those that preceded me, I'll be pretty brief. Tonight I have no constituency. I'm not representing anybody but myself. Most of you know that I have been very involved in rec center efforts over the many past years. As a matter of fact, I could be accused of being in the rec center business. Unfortunately, none of our ideas developed for one reason or another. But I am so now very happy that this community has said yes to a project, the Aquatics project. Maybe our ideas were too big at the time, or maybe just too big for our community, but it sounds like we've got the right project for the right time. Over the years, we envisioned a rec center to be located in Memorial Park. And because of the renovation now that City Council has embraced, that location is no longer going to be available for an aquatics or a rec center. But the idea of a downtown center was not by accident, it was by design. We felt, and I still feel, that visits to the aquatic center will turn into visits to downtown businesses. The location was an economic vision that we had of turning the associated traffic into positive business counts. And as a board member for the Woodland Park Main Street effort, I want those business visits for our downtown merchants. We want our downtown to embrace our residents primarily, to make them feel at home. And I think that the Aquatic Center downtown will only increase that energy and that sense of community. It also makes sense to me to keep the related traffic that will come with the center to the arteries that are designed to handle it. There's no reason to increase the daily traffic count through the neighborhood on the street to Meadowood Park. No reason at all. And I know folks that live on that street, and I know for them sometimes it's not easy. There'll be a traffic signal someday at Center Street, and if I was a betting man, I'd bet on a pedestrian overpass, overcrossing, so that we can get school-age kids safely from the schools downtown over to the highway to take a swim. So, Council, I think it just makes sense. Keep the aquatic center downtown, where it will make the best and most unique impact on our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Gary. Thank you very much. Okay, the next one on my list is my friend Jerry Simon. Hope you don't have any presents today, Mr. Simon.
Did it fit?
I hope you're getting used out of the
No idea if it fits or not.
Jerry Simon, 365 Sun Court, Woodland Park, Colorado. I'm going to start with a joke. Why did the Manitou swimmer do the backstroke? Somebody told him not to swim on a full stomach. Manitou's been making fun of this city for the last 40 years because they have a pool and we don't. So I'm so happy that we finally do. And when I look around to this room, looking at the faces in here, almost everyone in here has had some role in making this happen. So pat yourselves on the back, everyone. It's great to live in a community where people are so interested in seeing a successful aquatic project that you're here at almost 11 o'clock at night hearing me talk. I couldn't have more respect for my city and the folks that I'm looking at around here. I represent the Woodland Aquatic Project. I am the current president of the Woodland Aquatic Project. My board universally believes anywhere in Woodland Park is better than nowhere in Woodland Parks. But we have interfaced over the last year considerably with the public. We've been to 3 farmers markets. We've been to the bike race. We were at both days of the Oktoberfest. We were at the Rotary Club, the Harvest Center, the hospital, the Senior Citizens Club, the Lions Club, the Teller Senior Coalition, the Main Street Initiative Board, Teller Business Builders, the Bicycle Club, Teller County Democrats, Teller County Republicans, and the mothers of preschoolers, where our board members got a standing ovation. They can't wait. It is our view by the Woodland Aquatic Project, and we voted on this unanimously. And by the way, I love Meadowood Sports Park. I literally watched my children grow up there, from tentative, scared little 4-year-olds to confident 18-year-olds. Meadowood Sports Park is a very special place for me, and for the folks who have helped make that happen, Dana and Cindy and others, couldn't thank you enough for that. Maybe I'll have my ashes spread there, but that might be a little creepy. But we don't feel it's the right place for the aquatic center. A couple of reasons. One, the access. We're going to depend on having users at the aquatic center from all of northern Teller County, and that means out to Florissant and beyond, and parts of western El Paso County. And put yourselves in their shoes. Where would you rather drive to downtown Woodland Park or to Meadowood Sports Park? Not a big difference, but one has speed bumps and you go through residential neighborhoods, and one you drive by every day anyway. I will say this as well, commenting on some of the comments made here right now. The concern over the loss of TIF money. Well, how much money are we making right now on the DDA? How much TIF money is rolling in right now? It's an empty lot. I think there's going to be great synergy there. Kurt likes facts, so let's take a quick vote here. How many people, when you go swimming, are hungry after you swim? think a few restaurants might do good, might do well after that. I know I'll be eating there. And just anecdotally, when I was a father taking my kids to swim down at the downtown YMCA in Colorado Springs, I'd drop them off and I'd go shopping. I think there are going to be other parents who are going to do the same thing here. Again, thanks everyone for your support. I do hope we can resolve this amicably quickly, because construction costs are going up about 12-13% per month. So the longer we delay this, we're actually eroding what we're able to build for the aquatic center. So want it done right, but I also would like to see it done soon. Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry.
Questions?
Inflation is only 0.8% per month.
Oh, per year, sorry.
Okay, so that we abide by the rules of our city, we need to have a motion to go past 11 o'clock. You'll see that the agenda still has 4 or 5 more items, and we fully intend on finishing everything on the agenda tonight. So if I can get a motion from someone on council, do we have to prescribe a time, or can we just go until the end?
You get to make that decision. You can prescribe an end, or you can say we'll go until midnight and we'll take another vote, or you can go till 11:30 and take another vote, or you can say, you can determine that the meeting will not go past midnight. It's really up to you, or whatever time you choose.
I'd like to make a motion that the meeting not proceed past midnight.
Second.
I've got.
Can I amend that? But I would like to finish this item tonight, so that everybody has waited till 11 o'clock to speak.
Then you can vote
has a
against
chance.
it.
Pardon?
Then you can vote against it.
Okay.
So we have a motion and a second to finish this meeting by midnight tonight. Cindy?
Thank you. Sawyer?
No.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Brevetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
No.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Matthews?
No.
Motion carries, let's see, Sawyer voted no. Motion carries 4-3.
Okay, we've got about 65 or 70 minutes, and I fully believe we can get it done by then, so thank you. The next person on my list is Thomas Worley.
Mr. Mayor, as he's approaching the microphone, there is one item of business tonight as it relates to the budget, the initial reading. If your intent is to pass the budget on December 4th, we do need to set that date as part of the process tonight. So please save me at least 3 minutes before midnight to have that happen.
That will not
Otherwise, we'll extend the budget process into the middle of December, which we certainly could do, but you typically don't like to do that.
Thank you. Mr. Worley?
Romare, Commission, the Council, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Thomas Worley. I live at 265 Broken Wheel Drive in Divide. I'm not a business owner. I didn't have anything to do with the project, but I am definitely a potential patron. I would like to say that I believe that the whole concept has been turned around. I thought this was a project for the people, and all that I'm sitting here hearing tonight is how much money it's going to bring into the businesses of downtown. I drive through Divide. I would not stop there if it was downtown. I do not go to Woodland Hardware. I used to always go there. I don't go there anymore because of the traffic. You have already voted to start a project. You're paying taxpayer money for a survey, study for the traffic problems you have downtown, and you're talking about adding more traffic. To me, the only possible way that this would work for the people of Teller County, not just Woodland Park, would be the Meadow Park. It's just makes common sense. You own the property. Yes, there's some problems with it, but you can work it out. There's a lot more problems with downtown. But it will not bring the money to the businesses. but that's not what this is for. The people did not vote this in for the business people of Woodland Park. As Mr. Grenna said, the latest survey showed that 3-1, the citizens want it in Meadow Park. They don't want to go downtown. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next on my list is Dana Duncan.
Thank you. Council members, mayor, staff. I will be extremely brief. I am excited, as everyone is.
Excuse me, Dana. Could you just give us your name and address for the
Dana
record?
Duncan, 338 Homestead Drive.
Thank you.
That's, just outside city limits. There seems to be a tradition in the making of sharing a brief bit of history about yourself and the community. I learned how to swim in Woodland Park. This is almost a quiz. More than 40 years ago. Can you name where that pool was?
Bluebell. Boundary. Off a boundary?
Paint Pony Country Club. Interesting. Anyway, I'm a water lover. My daughter's a water lover. I taught her how to swim before she was 2. I might lose her to any number of things in this world, but drowning will not be one of them. I take this matter seriously and as a point of pride, and I love this community. I want it to go through. I'm just excited that it's going to happen. I am not, so you'll be surprised to know, here to advocate for any one of the options in particular. I just want it to be the best aquatic center possible for this community. If it goes into Meadowood Park, downtown, or wherever else, if it's the best option, and that's what you're here to do, to decide what that option is. My position is, how can I help? That's where I am. I've been willing to give valuable property in the pursuit of this aquatic center in a variety of fashions over the years. I'm still at the table. If you can use me, I'm here for you.
Excuse me, Dana, I don't want to interrupt, but could you please speak to that for all of us in terms of what you're offering? Because I don't think we fully know what that is.
Well, all along I've offered, I have quite a bit of property at, Stone Ridge and 67, or Kelly's Road and 67. I built the full motion interchange. The access is quite wonderful, and there's quite a bit of expandability. If you need 3 acres, 4 acres, tell me. If there's a future expansion, outdoor pools or volleyball courts or something, talk to me. I'll produce more land for you. As long as it's wisely utilized, I'll keep coming up with more land for you. It's about that simple. It's on the north side of that corner. There's a roundabout there. There's a cut already made. I have utilities already looped throughout that area. Obviously, not knowing where the site is, it's not to the site. That's dependent on orientation of the construction of a building, potentially. But in sitting here, also, Meadowood Park keeps being discussed, and I own the property next to Meadowood Park as well. I still do. Let's talk about that. If you need some more property there, I might step up and do the same thing there. Once again, I'm not advocating for one position or one placement or another. They all have, there's been excellent cases made for a variety of locations. I'm just thrilled to have it. If I can help, tell me how I can help. I'll support more Meadowood Park expansion or over there off of 67 and Kelly's Road. It's quite simple. How can I help? Happy to entertain any questions, or we can move on to the next speaker.
So that intersection's already been piped for a stoplight?
Yeah, my utilities are well looped, and it goes right through there, and it'd be adjacent to dedicated open space as well. It'd be nice.
And then what would be your bargaining cost for that acreage?
What would be the cost to you?
Yes.
I'd probably do about a $10 a year lease.
A lease, okay. You'd be doing a lease.
Or I can just donate it. Let's get our CPAs together and see what makes sense for both parties. I'm not looking to make money on it. I don't care if somebody else does make money in the process, but I'm not here to make money. I just want to see a wonderful aquatic center.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. I'm on page 2, Tony Perry. While Tony walks up, I appreciate everyone's ability to still be here and patience and appreciating the process. So welcome, Tony.
Thank you. Tony Perry, 330 Ponderosa Court and 710 West Highway 24. I wanted to throw that in. First, I do want to say thank you, Cindy, for your service. The community wins tonight because wherever it goes, as Dana Duncan says, we've all won. To tell you where I sit real quick, I'll try to be very brief as possible. Back in 2010, I actually helped Mayor Levy draft the question and pay for the question on the YMCA. As soon as I learned that it was tied to a tax increase, I walked over to the other camp and joined Mr. Grenna, Mr. Prettyman, and Mr. Nine and some others because I couldn't support the tax increase. Where I sit, our business, the bank, we built a building in 2003, which is in the district. We went from, as you understand, the TIF and the Delta, we went from pretty much a zero cost basis for all intents and purposes to about a $5.5 million building. We didn't ask for any tax breaks. We didn't ask for any TIF monies or any kind of any kind of monies from the DDA. So I wanted to make that clear because it's very important to understand that I'm going to pull back to a 30,000-foot view, as Mr. Grenna says. First of all, I respect Mr. Grenna and Mr. Nine. I think they did an excellent job showing you pros and cons. Some of them are very subjective. I respect Mr. Prettyman. I completely agree with him. We actually helped fund the survey, the original survey in 2010. I actually served on the TOFET board for about 13 months with Mr. Prettyman. We transitioned it to the aquatic project. Mr. Simon took over, and Mr. Bivens did an awesome job with that board to really advance it and do a lot of homework that I think the city can utilize. I am aware of a lot of efforts by the city to look at multiple sites, including the high school and other the ones we've discussed tonight. As recently as a month and a half ago, we also stepped up personally as a family, but also as a business to support the pool committee's efforts to educate the voters on this ballot issue. And why did we do that? From the 30,000-foot view, and also just to say, we have no, not unlike Vectra, and nothing, Vectra has stepped up with the DDA. I am completely okay with what the city's proposing, or what's been talked about tonight with the DDA benefiting from this effort if it goes downtown. Our interest as a bank, my interest as a citizen, is the overall health of the community. And to tell you where I stand, I support the downtown location. My secondary location is Mr. Duncan's property. I would like to preserve the Meadowwood Sports Complex in the master plan. I think it was very well conceived, and I think its time will come and it will fill out. I think we do win whichever location you choose. What I'm going to ask is that I think you have a perfectly capable staff who can help you with those subjective issues, help you with those dollar issues to help discern that. But I'm going to ask for the council to step up and provide leadership on this issue, whatever decision you make. I agree with Mr. Simon that I don't think the community, quite frankly, based on my perspective, is really too concerned about the location in general. I think they just want it built. Any delay is more expense. And from a 30,000-foot view, I think it's your duty to look at the big picture. I agree with Mr. Brennan completely about staying focused on the ball and what the purpose is, but I believe your purpose as a city council is to look out for the overall health of the community and not just one project. So I think you need to take that into consideration. That being said, again, I would support any location. There's very compelling reasons for Mr. Duncan's property. I would stay away from Meadowwood Sports because it's a gem. Any questions? Finally, we do have an interest because as a community bank, our health is completely predicated on the health of not only the citizens but the businesses. So I would say that finding that balance is critical. I would say that in the downtown corridor, if we look back to 2009, we have a very invested interest in most of those businesses in the downtown corridor. And I think they would benefit from the downtown location. And ultimately, in the big picture, I think the citizens would benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tony. I'm sorry I can't read this last name. It's not the last name, second to last. Bill DACFI, is that what I'm reading? Is he still here? Can I not read? Anyone live at 627 West Midland?
Oh, that's Bill Page.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, must be, hold on a second.
31 and a half years as the city clerk, is she good or what?
And she
so
doesn't.
Don't mess around with her because she knows your address.
That was classic. Okay, the last one on my list is Jason Roshek. Is Jason still with us? Remember what Al said.
I wrote it down. Scott Jason Roshek, actually, 150 Woodland Valley Drive, Woodland Park, city water user, but I live in the county. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, council, and members of the city, and Sydney. Being maybe one of the younger people besides Kip in this room, sorry. I think that the only thing that isn't being really, they've mentioned it, but it's the family quality of life or the family part of it. So against that, this is not only a defining moment for the council, but for the Woodland Park, Teller County. I think we can take business from El Paso County, Colorado Springs, and Manitou. Out of curiosity, I think it was Mr. Buttery had mentioned that there were 10 locations possible, and were those ever published or?
No.
No, okay.
No, the ones that were, I would suggest you discuss publicly were the high school, Dana's property, Memorial Park, Meadowwood, Woodland Station. But there were the 10 that I referred to was a challenge I gave to the staff based on kind of some square footage and some empty spaces around town to take a look at those. As an example, the Loft House. There's adjacent parking near there. So many different locations like that.
Okay. So that was just more, again, out of curiosity. And I don't remember who said it because you guys are all smarter than I am. I'm just a realtor, and the economic benefit versus quality of life really should be equal if it is, because you're going to get more families, whether it's through housing somewhere or downtown. It should end up being equal. So I don't see the DDA being better than either Dana's, Meadowwood, anywhere in there. I think the bigger issue, and I am really big on this because we've had, and I forgot Paint Pony. I'm not as old as Dana. But we had the KOA, we've had Paint Pony, and we've had the Racquetball Lodge. All pools, all three have been small, and I think the bigger key is you got to go big or go home. You've got to have water slides. You've got to have a lot of amenities because otherwise Woodland Park will reject it. That is I think my biggest thing is just go big or go home. And I know we're limited on budget, so there could be advantages because I just heard Dana said he was going to put an outdoor volleyball court. So that's a wonderful thing.
we get that on record?
I, again, would like to thank you for your time, and I will be short. I'm done, because I'm only 5'9", so thank you.
Thanks, Jason. My thought was to give Kurt one last shot in rebuttal to anything, if you will, because you all seem to have the other strongest presentation. So if you want to take advantage of that. I'm sorry, Mr. Randolph?
See if others want to speak.
If I could.
You may. I'm sorry.
I have the last shot, then I need to go before him, and I'm not on your list.
But you are now.
Okay. Good evening. Steve Randolph, 1211 Mountain Meadows Drive. So I've got a little bit of anecdotal stuff just to share. Mr. Buttery moved in beside me when he moved to Woodland Park. So I've known him since his family came to my door, wanted to know if it was an okay neighborhood.
It was my wife.
It was his wife. Since you brought that up, she has this Texas accent, and I wasn't sure how to answer her. So in any event, I've grown to really have huge respect for David's judgment, planning, love of the community, and of all the people in the room, he knows more about swimming pools than all of the rest of us put together, because he's been working on the design of them for so long and looking at all the places in the city where they could possibly go and thinking about all the ways that they could be utilized, justified, optimized, all those engineering terms and economic terms. And I sat here April, May, when you did your original presentation. When was that?
I think that was it, or June.
Sometime last summer. And I think all the city council was here as well. Jerry was here, and that group was here. A lot of people were here to hear what David had prepared for a plan. Plan was, we can do this. We have the ability to fund it. Here's where it's going to be. Woodland Station. It wasn't, here's where it might be, here's where it could go. It was, here's where it's going to be. I understood that to be a plan, a game plan. And when I voted a few days ago, I voted for what I thought was that plan. I didn't read any implications or inferences into the ballot language. Made sense to me. Figure out how to fund it, then we can build it where the plan had been put together by a lot of really qualified people, not people who just don't like it. We already know we have 800 people in the community who don't like it at all. They don't want it here. They voted against it. Okay. But over 2,000 voted for it. So I think you have a clear mandate. Get it built, just like everybody wants. The sooner the better. Follow the game plan. If to me, we had a great touchdown when we had the vote. You have the opportunity tonight to get another touchdown, or you can improvise and maybe fumble. I don't think it's a time to be improvising after we've put so much into this for so long. So I'm favoring the downtown location, which I thought was the plan all along. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Thank you very much. Would anybody else like to speak?
I've got a question for Arden, if it's appropriate.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be.
He may not want to answer, but you know.
Well, let's ask him. Arden, we have a question for you, sir.
I have a question for you, Arden.
Gary, if you could scoot up to the microphone,
Yeah, a question
please.
for Arden and you know Kip and all that stuff. These guys are kind of the master developers, if you will, of the Woodland Station 2 area. Because we have to make a judgment up here. And it was mentioned, in your opinion, what value would it have to that Woodland Station 2 by having that aquatic center there? What value does that have to you guys in your ability to be able to market that whole area there and provide a community, according to the plan that you guys had, a community pedestrian-free or pedestrian-friendly area where they can socialize and recreate? How important would the aquatic center be to that process?
Excuse me. Arden, if you're going to answer, and it looks like you will, would you please come forward and state your name
I
and
put him on the spot.
address?
He's going to hit me next. Huh?
Arden Weatherford, 1191 Rampart Range Road. To answer your question as succinctly as I can, it would add some buzz in the beehive that's sorely missing downtown. And that's not so much about businesses making money, it's just a sign of life downtown. And that's the one thing I've heard from so many people commenting about Beer Works is they notice people outside doing something. And that's, I think, the one thing that's handicapped the Woodland Station site is it's right there in the center of town, but it's just a gaping hole. So it doesn't really matter to me why people come downtown, but it's helpful that they do. And it's just, like I said, circulation, buzz in the beehive, sign of life, getting us a little bit closer to that pedestrian-friendly, walkable community that people, that's another desire that you hear in town. So we've heard about wanting a swimming pool for years. I've heard about for years, I'd like to be able to come down, walk around a walkable community. And if there's an advantage to the infrastructure cost that it can double duty here and help build the pool and help the DDA, I think there is quite an advantage to that.
Thanks, Arden. Thank you very much. Mr. Greno, would you like to conclude this conversation?
Sure, real quickly. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to just do a quick follow-up. Here's the way it nets out to the people that have asked me to represent their opinion. The DDA I think everybody sees the value of the Meadowwood Park, especially with features 2 through 9 on the sheet that I gave you. I'm sorry they weren't numbered, but if you count them, 2 through 9 are biggies that are available only there. The DDA location, we lose those features. We lose features 2 through 9, either totally or completely. In exchange, we gain $1 million worth of debt or of additional costs that can't be used to build it big or go home. It has to be used for overhead infrastructure instead of building it big. Why would we do that? Obviously, smart people that have good intentions want to do that. I'm gonna get a little over the edge here. Vera, what I heard from Vera is that'll help force some community loyalty. We don't have good community loyalty here, to quote you. Maybe this will force the community to be more loyal to downtown. Jerry and Al, if I can just sort of tongue-in-cheek, have looked at swimming, look at the multi-sport venue thing as an advantage, and they believe that swimming and beer is a multi-sport venue. Did I get that right, Al? Okay, thanks. I mean, come on, that's right. That's a little unusual. John is entitled to his opinion, as they say, but not to his own facts. I live part-time in Breckenridge. The pool in Breckenridge is very successful because it's an extremely rich community that puts a huge amount of money into their thing, and it couldn't be farther from the center of town and still be in town. That's true of Salida, on Route 50. Salida, Route 50 is not the center of town, sorry. It's the bypass around town. Downtown is down there by the river. Gary wants to put an overpass to get to it. That's cool, but why are we putting up with the traffic in the first place? Why would we do that? Well, because everybody thinks that the magnet value of this thing in downtown is going to exceed the additional $1 million cost in building, which means we can't have those extra amenities, and it's going to exceed giving up 30% of your future TIF revenue. I'm not sure if I'm a businessman. I don't know a business person in the world that would give up future revenues to raise short-term cash under those circumstances, not unless it were desperate for cash. And frankly, I have been there and done things like that. By the way, it never works. Never worked for me anyway. So what it's about is 84% of the population, notwithstanding all the DDA advocates who came in to speak tonight, 84% of the population said that they don't want it downtown in the survey. 43% of them said they wanted it in Meadowood Park. You can add some additional percentage if you add on Dana's property. So why does it matter? Why am I here? I mean, what do I care? I don't have a dog in this fight financially. I don't own any property. I'm here because I want, with the other people that are joining with me, to give you your best advice as experienced business people who have built some of the most successful projects in this city or in this county, as you know, to give you the advice that this is dangerous. You are making you are adding risk and you're adding cost on betting on the come that the magnet effect will be effective. You have no evidence that the magnet effects will work. John's mistaken facts notwithstanding. You have no evidence. If you're going to make that, you need to go and table this and do some research and see if you can justify a $15 million expenditure betting on the come on the magnet effect. That's all I got. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt. Council, do we have any questions? Do we need any more information? Should we move forward? And if so, how should we do that? Bob?
I think we've heard from the public, so it's time, I think, for council to make their comments.
Absolutely. That's what we're here for. Who would like to start?
I like it.
Let's do it, Gary.
There's a couple of things. We all have a fiduciary responsibility here on the council to to use taxpayers' money as wisely as we can. And one of the things I look at as a business person is return on investment. What's going to be our greatest return on investment from whatever area we put this thing into? So that's the thing I would like to look at. Overall, what's return on investment? Above and beyond that, we're trying to create a vitality, if you will, the downtown area, to give people an opportunity, to give them a reason to come downtown. And that's my old point, to build that community downtown and have people come downtown. Another thing you might want to consider, I have exchange students. I have a German exchange student. And I said, well, what do you guys do after school? So we go to the pool. Well, where's the pool? It's right in the middle of town. They walk to it. It would be a little tough, I think, to walk from the school to Meadowood. It would be a little bit easier to walk from the school to, obviously the downtown area, wherever you want to put it downtown. But, one thing I look at is that's why I asked Arden, what is his opinion on, in fact, to get us our biggest bang for the buck, our return on investment, what extrinsic and intrinsic value does it have to put that Woodland Park Aquatic Center in Woodland Station 2? And I think that would act as an attraction for people to build businesses there, quality businesses that can actually, monopolize on our capital what we have here, what our investments that we have in our community. So, I just want to look at it from that viewpoint. I want to look at it from not just a narrow point of view, but more from the 30,000-foot view, looking down. If in fact we want to create an environment here that makes the downtown a friendly area for people to socialize and recreate, I think that would be something we need to consider.
Great.
And that's about all I got.
Bob, you want to go next?
Thank you. I'm in the enviable position of being both on the Woodland Aquatic Project Board of Directors as Vice President and on City Council. I was first on the board, however. I joined in January 2012. Carol was sitting next to me. She announced that she was going to be running for City Council coming in April. And one of the comments was that they weren't finding enough people, nobody wanted to run for City Council. So I said, heck, it's our civic responsibility to run for city offices. And so I ran. And here I am. But I've had a dual role here. Everybody on council has known that I really wanted to have this project. And that's not really good as a politician to do that, because every move you make, they attribute to, oh, he's trying to find money for this project, or it's always colored. But we have progressed through these 2 years, and we came up with a unanimous decision. Now, actually, the history of this was that we were trying, from the very beginning, we started writing the strategic plan starting in that spring of 2012. And there were two big issues, funding and location. Everything else was kind of easy as far as scope and things like that. We finally came to the funding, but we're still, after we've resolved the funding, still dealing with location here. But in our strategic plan, we considered all the viable locations at the time, and we just signed an agreement with Dana. He was going to give us three acres for $10. And we were very appreciative of that, and your continued interest there. We considered Meadowwood Sports Complex. We considered Memorial Park, which is where the YMCA was going to go before that. And we figured, you know, if it was just a 1% sales tax and everybody liked the location, anyway, but we didn't consider the DDA at the time because we were looking for free park property, okay? And certainly paying for land is a big factor on that side, as Kurt has mentioned. But what are we getting for that buying that property? That's one of the factors. But when we considered all of these sites, we tried to come up with all the factors that would count and weigh them and that sort of thing. And that was presented to the community back in Memorial Day weekend 2012. That's when the strategic plan was presented and people were able to comment. But then we did the Memorial Park redevelopment, and I was in the Park and Rec Advisory Board when we had the first kickoff meeting. And at the time we were thinking of putting the project on the north end of Memorial Park. But I wanted to give other sites the same consideration. So I talked to the master planner for that park, who also did that master plan, and I said, what would be the pros and cons of putting it over there? And basically, he said, there's not enough parking, and if you want to implement the master plan, you can't do it with the pool there. And I can confirm the parking situation because I went and watched some baseball games during the tournaments, and I parked right along that gravel strip right there, and I get out of my car, and somebody hits a foul ball, and it comes right at me. Fortunately, it didn't hit me or my car. It landed right between the cars.
Excuse me, Bob. Let's try to.
Okay. The point is, the bottom line is that
The ball did hit him.
we eventually moved, because of the approval of that park, Memorial Park is not having it. We then moved it to the high school area, and then the day after the last election, April 8th or April 9th, we had a special meeting to talk about goals and objectives, and that's when we gave David the guidance to do it at the DDA property. I was a little concerned too about this going to be bailing out the DDA. In fact, I think Cindy can attest to that. I came to her the next day quite upset. I was ready to resign. No. But I had a good talk with Brian Fleer, and I said, I don't want the citizens to pursue this as a buyout for the DDA. And we sat for a couple hours over lunch down at the Fiesta Mexicana, and he was able to convince me that having it there was a good idea, that we were not going to be bailing out the DDA, and that this would be good for the economic development of the downtown. And that's not the only goal. I mean, that's not the primary goal. We can kill two birds with one stone here. We can do the economic development of downtown without, bailing out the DDA. DDA has enough money from their existing properties to pay the Vectra loan. And this would all be gravy, all the income we'll get. And when these TIF agreements run out, that's all money that will come to the city for developed property. So anyway, I just wanted to give you a little of the history of where that's come from my perspective. on how we got to that point, and all the considerations that we went through. Try to get every property the best thing. But anyway, that's my input.
Thanks, Bob. Kenny?
Well, these times make it tough when you're sitting up here. Been to quite a few meetings where we get some tough decisions. I guess after hearing everything tonight, which the purpose of this meeting is to try to take in everything you can from both sides and not come here with a predetermined way we're going to go. And that's what we've done. That's what I've done. And that's what we have to do as a council. It's not what I think. It's what I've heard and what I understand the bulk of the community thinks. And I think, from what I've heard, that you're sort of doing both the things that we all seem to want. One of which is downtown, which I think and believe will help not only the DDA but the downtown area, as Vera pointed out. Overall, obviously I'm a businessman, so maybe I'm a little more sensitive to that. But I think it will also meet the needs of the people who want a place to swim. And they're going to have parking around that place downtown. There will be other ways to get in and out of there. I think we meet both goals. I think it's great. So that's where I'm coming from. I'm sorry for those of you who obviously disagree with me.
Thanks, Ken. Noel?
It's hard to follow all this, especially you, Bob. Thanks. David, thank you for coming up with the idea to get this aquatic center passed without raising taxes. I believe that's you, so thank you. Coming that I was a high school swimmer and swam a little bit in college, getting a pool. I was on the fence about the Woodland Station until I heard some very good persuasive arguments. The concern with the public was that if the infrastructure costs so much, it would take away from the amenities of the pool. And as David pointed out, that's not true. The infrastructure costs have nothing to do with the amenities of the pool. That's really, Bob really covered everything. So I was on the fence for a while and felt that Dana's property would be great because of the access. The traffic would be easier, would be less to get to the property, but the overall extra value of Woodland Station is unmeasurable.
Thanks, Noel. John?
Why am I always last? Because I don't volunteer to go
No,
sooner,
you're
I
not. The
guess.
fat lady will sing last.
Yeah. I look at this pool question as a piece of the vision we have for Woodland Park, and particularly the downtown area. I think we've seen great presentations for DDA, Woodland Station, also Meadowood Park. Dana's offered property, as we've all heard. But as I look at the Woodland Station project, and we talk about building that out in 5 or 6 years, and all the pieces of that, we've heard a little bit about an event center, a hotel, bowling alley, beer gardens, farmers market, these kinds of activities that I believe there is great synergy that will result from putting the pool in Woodland Station. If you look at part of that project, which is going to be mixed-use housing and businesses and retail on the ground floor, living quarters above. There are going to be a lot of retail shops there, restaurants, I hope, pubs, whatever. And this is a necessary step, I think, in order to look at what we want to do with the downtown area. Main Street program, Gary's been pushing hard on that, Creative Art District. All these things come together, I think, and so in 2019 or 2020, I would expect to see a vibrant downtown with people wanting to come there and spend time, and the pool is simply a part of that. And yes, people will be hungry and thirsty after using the pool. Yeah.
Thank you, John. Carol?
Carol, can I go ahead and talk and let you have the last word? the one thing nobody really mentioned is we have Memorial Park. That's going to be a great extra advantage to you. Have a pool, and then you can cross the street where the new stoplight will be eventually, I'm sure, and you can walk over to Memorial Park and have a picnic there. Nobody's brought that up, so there's the synergy for downtown also.
Well, that's a good point.
Thank you.
Yeah.
One little thing, so you can avoid us.
I don't care.
I just want to stress that important point that, you know, it would be great for the high school kids or the middle school kids to be able to walk to a facility that they can get to, and their parents can pick them up at that facility afterwards. But in the meantime, they could shop at the various stores that are there while they're doing that. I think it's a big advantage that these kids can be, because we don't have public transportation at Woodland Park. So it's essential for them to be able to get to a facility like this. You know, that's within walking distance, I think. That's all I can.
You know, it's another good argument. Frankly, I'm agnostic. I'm like Jason, just get it done, for God's sakes. How long do we have to go on with this? But the argument for Woodland Station in terms of Tony's point is that let's stand back and look at the entire picture and the community as a whole. While I think Meadowood Park is a terrific location for a lot of reasons, there is a master plan there. And so if we take up acreage at that park for a pool, we're taking away from something else that someone else in this community is just as passionate about as Bob is about a pool. So if you stand back from that and say, why mess with success at Meadowood, and why not help our downtown as much as we can, and the businesses downtown as much as we can, and get over this concept that we're bailing out the DDA. The DDA is a tax district. It's not an entity. It's not a town. It's just a means of leveraging taxes. So get over it. If we can bring business to downtown and use the pool as one of those leverages, let's do it. And as Steve Randolph had said, I thought back in April we'd already pretty much decided, after we had given David the guidance to go out and study potential locations. I don't know where that message got crossed somewhere along the way, but I am in support of the Woodland Station location. I understand the cost that is involved with that. If you do a mission analysis and you weigh all the courses of action, some are going to have pros, some are going to have cons, but I think there are more pros for Woodland Station. And if you're looking for a secondary location, I think Mr. Duncan's offer is just about too hard to refuse.
Great. Thank you very much. I get the last word, I guess, and not even relative to the issue. I'm thrilled to be our mayor for any number of reasons. First and foremost, it's because of discussions and cooperation like we've had here today. Cord, I hope that we've fulfilled your vision of this meeting. I hope everybody got to say what they wanted to say. Clearly, we're going to have a decision tonight, and we have a huge majority of our leaders in Woodland Park here tonight, including 2 former mayors, former council people, and look around, it's the people that we see all the time. So it is clearly because this is a key issue for our community, and everybody has an interest, and everybody's approached it, I think, with the right demeanor, and we're going to come to some conclusion that will affect our community for years and years to come. So I just want to thank everybody here for their willingness to be here and contributing to this conversation, and really proud of our community. Last and not least, I think everybody will agree, everyone in town is, not everyone in town, most people in town are thrilled that we are even able to have this conversation tonight and know that we're going to have a pool hopefully within the next 24 months. So that's all I have to say. I will call for a motion And if we can, or maybe not.
No, I just would like to restate what my goal was for this evening. If you'll recall, at the very beginning, I asked for you to help us decide a primary and an alternate location. And I would like to speak just for a second, if I could. It's very clear that you're enamored with a downtown location. Got that, understand. There's some mixed conversation on the secondary location. So I'd like to speak to that for just a minute. Dana has been a supporter of an aquatic center in the community for a long time. The discussions go back many years. I'm not as familiar with that land and that location as I am others. My concern about that property is, again, you've talked about downtown. It's not downtown. You always have the opportunity to say to me, nope, go look at this place, and that's all we're going to do. But I need a secondary location for a backup, and we can always bring it back up to you. I do want to suggest to you that there's another alternative in the downtown, what I call the downtown area, and that's at the high school, that area that I showed you between the bus turnaround and the parking lot to the north. In my mind, that still fits within that downtown vision. We looked at the Catholic Church site, that won't work. We looked at the Quonset huts, that won't work for a lot of other reasons. I would like to take advantage of Dana's generosity at some point in the future for perhaps other venues, other things. Maybe it's the volleyball courts that he talked about. Maybe that's where we have multiple volleyball courts that will be the Dana Duncan and Schuyler volleyball courts. Not sure, but I would like for you to perhaps, because I think I'm hearing clearly what your primary choice is, I'd like for you to deliberate a bit on an alternate site.
You mentioned the loft house. Is that?
No, here's why. We looked at areas that could hold that shape. The loft house could, and there's parking right across the street at the Cultural Center. We tossed it out very quickly as being fairly unbuildable, and there's no room for expansion of any kind for parking or other things. So we looked at really spaces.
David, you brought up the high school before and discounted it. Could you remind us why?
Yeah, I did. I did do that. And it was because of some of the drainage concerns. I drove there again today and looked around, and primarily it was for some infrastructure as it related to detention and drainage. I think it could work. I think it could fit there with those necessary improvements that are part of that. It's free land. I mean, how do you deny a Dana Duncan's offer of free land? That's awfully hard. Huh?
It's $10.
Well, for all practical purposes, it's free land. But what I want to also say is that we all chose to live in Woodland Park, or near Woodland Park, for a reason. Location, location, location. I have a very nice house on a very nice lot. I could have gotten a lot more house in a different location. I think that a downtown location is worth that extra cost to build the facility. So it's kind of the best value picture.
David?
What about the Pioneer? Has anybody considered that Pioneer building? That's going to...
Paradise Lodge.
Paradise Lodge, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's, I know it's not right downtown, but
and it's
sure
not
closer than Meadowwood.
I don't know that it's. I don't know if it's large enough. We really haven't looked at it.
Well, then you also have the rodeo area, which used to be a.
That's probably our last best place for a larger retail area.
All right.
I'm going to suggest, and I know it's not what you're asking for, we've got about 15 minutes. I think that we would appease a lot of people if we came up with a best case scenario, and if we have to come back at the next meeting to come up with a backup plan. Does that make sense to council, or do you think we should do that today?
I'd like to at least get our primary out.
Yeah, primary on the books.
Are you, is everyone good with that?
Yep.
Kenny?
Yep.
And we should go
Not
around
that we
and-
won't have a secondary, but we just won't do it today.
Fine.
Yeah, and this helped because the meeting we had back in April, the 9th of April, was guidance. It was not, that was a workshop. It wasn't a council meeting. Tonight we can make decisions.
Correct.
Okay. That being the case, I want to make sure we do this right. Do we need a motion? How should we vote on this?
That would be fine.
Okay. if I can ask for a motion.
Well, I move then that in consideration of the discussion tonight and presentation by the public, that we recommend to the city manager that the primary location for the new aquatic center be Woodland Station, and at a later date, we will recommend a secondary location should Woodland Station not be satisfactory.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Cindy?
Thank you. Schaefer?
Yes.
Brevetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Matthews?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
Thanks again to everybody that participated. That was a great discussion and a great representation from our community. And we will move on.
Mayor, we are on unfinished business, item number 13A. It's the review of the Downtown Development Authority Fund, water and wastewater. There was a couple of minor changes that I had mentioned to you. Folks, if you can continue your conversations in the lobby, we still have a little bit of business to do. Anyway, we've got some small minor changes based on the redistribution of some money as it relates to the bonding. It's fairly minor. We're still prepared to answer DDA or 510 or 520 questions. If you want to defer that until the December 4th meeting, we can certainly do that. My goal is to complete the budget process on December 4th so that you don't need to meet on December 18th. That's my goal.
And in order to do that, we just need to finish this piece of business. Is that correct?
Well, we don't even have to finish this. It's really just the posting of the item red 15, black 8, C as in Charlie. We just need to have the initial posting and then set the public hearing for December 4th.
Okay.
And we can have the supplemental appropriation. We need to do that as well, those two. So actually it's red 14 and red 15 that we need to acknowledge and set the public hearing for December 4th. And supplemental appropriation and then the appropriation for funds for the 2015 budget.
And what do we have to do relative to 13 red?
Nothing.
Nothing.
I then move to consider ordinance number 1224, adjusting the expenditure appropriations for the general grant, special revenue, and downtown development authority funds of the city of Woodland Park on first posting to be considered on December 4th.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Cindy?
Thank you. Brevetto?
Yes.
Carlson?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Matthews?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
And so we'll move to 15 red.
I move then to consider ordinance number 1226, appropriating sums of money to the various funds and the amounts and for the purposes set forth in the 2015 budget year on initial posting and setting the public hearing for December 4th.
Second. Wow. A motion and a second.
Thank you. Carlson?
Yes.
Harvey?
Yes.
Levy?
Yes.
Matthews?
Yes.
Sawyer?
Yes.
Schaefer?
Yes.
Brevetto?
Yes.
Thank you. Motion carries unanimously.
So, Mr. Mayor, on the December 4th meeting, we will finish the discussion of the budget, answer any questions that you have. We will also do the resolution for the property taxes, which was item red 16, and we'll have the public hearings for the supplemental appropriation and the appropriation for the 2015 budget. So that takes us then to public comment on items not on the agenda.
Excuse me.
Sir.
What about the resolution approving appointment of
That's later on in the
okay.
agenda.
Very last.
Thank you.
Okay. That's 18D.
Okay.
Anybody like to move forward on public comment? Do we have anybody? Okay. Then I think I can move on to 18 red and 12 black. And mayor's reports, which I have right here in front of me. Friday, November 21st, Woodland Park High School. It starts tonight, actually, but it goes through Saturday. The musical Annie, which I heard is phenomenal. 7 o'clock at the Dixon Performing Arts Center. That would be tonight, which we missed, and tomorrow and Saturday night. Saturday, November 29th, the Mountain Artist Holiday Show, Ute Pass Cultural Center, from 10 to 4. Thursday, December 4th, Chamber Lunch and Learn, Soul Care for Chaotic Times. We should all go to that. Call 687-9885 for information. Also, Thursday, December 4th, the 26th Annual Prospect Home Care and Hospice Lights of Love, Ute Pass Cultural Center, 6 to 7:30. And then a few things for planning ahead. Saturday, December 6th, the Kiwanis Breakfast with Santa at the Ute Pass Cultural Center. It's a free event. It's from 8 to 11 in the morning. It's a great one to bring your kids and your grandkids to. Saturday, December 6th, Lighter Side of Christmas Parade, which is one of the great events in our community, and Christmas tree lighting in the Cultural Center following. Saturday, December 6th, and Sunday, December 7th, Tweed's Holiday Home Tour, and you can call 687-5293 for information. Sunday, December 7th, the Wind Symphony Christmas Concert at the Ute Pass Cultural Center begins at 7 o'clock, and it is free. And one last thing, one of our great community leaders passed this week. Bob Powell was a leader in many ways, certainly in the music area, and his funeral will be held at the Methodist Church Saturday at 2 o'clock. Hope I didn't forget anything else. I'll move on. We've got about 8 or 9 minutes. Council reports, do we have anything tonight? John, I'm going to start with you.
No. Okay, thank you.
City Attorney's report?
Only to say that as the city attorney, I have had the pleasure of working very closely with your city clerk, Cindy Morse, and that's because, of course, city clerks have many responsibilities that touch on the legal business of the city. And so I won't necessarily interact much with Cindy. It's been such a pleasure. I'm going to miss her terribly, and the city is in such good hands because of the great planning that your city manager and city clerk have done, and the new city clerk, Suzanne LeClaire, is going to seamlessly move the city into the next chapter.
Thank you very much. Mr. Bodery?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cindy is going to join Suzanne at the podium. And while they're doing that, just to let you know, we've been preparing Suzanne for about 3.5 years for this night. I will tell you that she may not think she's fully prepared, but we believe that she is. Cindy will continue to serve the city as the Assistant City Manager until her final day, which is December 31st. But effective after this swearing in, Suzanne LeClaire will be the city clerk for the city of Woodland Park. And it's with great pleasure that I allow Cindy to swear Suzanne in.
Included in your package this evening is resolution number 784. This resolution, approval of this resolution, will allow us to move forward with the appointment of Suzanne LeClaire as city clerk. The city's charter requires your approval. The city's charter also requires a surety bond. The surety bond is in place. We would look for your consensus to approve resolution number 784 so that I may administer the oath of office.
So moved.
Second.
Third.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries.
Congratulations.
Raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Suzanne LeClaire.
I, Suzanne LeClaire.
Do solemnly swear.
Do solemnly swear.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support the Constitution of the United States.
And of the state of Colorado.
And of the state of Colorado.
the Charter and ordinances
the Charter and ordinances
of the City of Woodland Park,
of the City of Woodland Park,
and that I will faithfully perform
that I will faithfully perform
the duties of the office of City Clerk,
the duties of the office of City Clerk,
upon which I'm about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Suzanne, as I've told you before, attended Clerk Institute. It's not just something that happens to become a certified municipal clerk. It took 3 years of training, 3 years of education, 3 years of putting up with me, and then also learning a tremendous amount from Cindy. So she is a certified municipal clerk. I know she has it in her sights to become a master municipal clerk. She's already involved in the Clerks Association of Colorado. She's going to carry on the tradition of having a very close relationship with CML and with CIRSA. So our goal is for this process not to skip a beat, that this will be a transparent, or the transition will be
Seamless.
Thank you. It's only a few minutes before midnight. Seamless.
Okay.
I'd like to just take a minute just to thank the council, David, Mayor, and my fellow colleagues for all their support during this process, and I promise I'll make you proud. Thank you.
We know you will.
Well, we made it just under the timeline, if you will. I just have one more thing, and it's hard to duplicate what David and what Aaron have said and everybody else has said about Cindy Morse and her contributions to our community. I got to know her in about 91 when I first started working at the Swiss Chalet, so I've had the opportunity not to just know her and wait on her and get to hang out a little bit with her family, but also she taught me so much about process and really just how to do things right within the city, and I think that's what she does best. So someone that's been at 877 council meetings, I think on her last day here, she should be the person to adjourn this meeting. So Cindy, if you'll come up and do that for us, that'd be great.
This is your last chance.
Just before midnight, this meeting is adjourned.